it's RAM versus a rule. Ooh, that's a big change. We don't know how RAM is at SMX. I was talking to them a little bit yesterday, last night. They're pretty proficient at DDR. They got some like 16, 17 PFCs under the belt, which is a pretty like tough achievement to hit, you know? But they have very limited SMX experience. It's gonna be one of those like, how well can you sight read and translate those skills over while also adjusting to like the SMX specific tech. Because if you play SMX with that level of like tight DDR form that you have,
early, or even like hell miss, as I had mentioned before.
Oh, let me get on there. They're doing a card draw right now.
All right, I believe Ram versus Arul will be up next to start off our mid-level bracket. The card draw is underway, and we should be receiving it shortly.
Select the difficulty mode.
As we are warming up for our next tournament set, I am seeing Ram, who is less familiar with SMX, receiving the, as I like to call it, the Sudden plus Butler experience of having someone come and change your settings for you mid-game. All right. Warm-ups are over, and we'll be getting into the first game of middle-level bracket, Ram versus Arul. So I'm going to look at the card draw here. Seeing a protect from Ram is Party, Wild 19. Very simple, very straightforward. Arul is protected Far Out, Hard 18, but a appreciably techie chart, so I think that's a pretty good protect here, considering Ram is coming from Dance Dance Revolution mostly. Picking a song that kind of leans a little further into what SMX specifically does is an advantageous pick here. Tiebreaker's Paradox, easily the hardest chart of the draw here that is not from Vito. I think we're going to get a second warm-up song here.
Hello, I'm back. My options were to find players or commentate, so y'all could probably figure out which one I picked.
Glad to have you back on the desk.
Yeah, I've heard it enough cattle at other events. I don't want to do it at this event that often. I don't mind doing it later, but
No, Catherine. He's not locked himself out of that option. You can just glance over at your opponent's scroll bars to see the stops and changes.
do we need to stop him for the second half warm-up?
Yeah, there will be a second stop coming up later in this song.
Let me ask. Let me have to clarify. Oh, she's in the middle of a card draw, so I can't even interrupt her.
What are you looking to verify?
If they're supposed to get 2 full warm-ups, so they're supposed to like exit out. It should be 1 warm-up, I feel. Unless they're just kind of doing it because someone's monitoring what's happening here.
I certainly don't mind if they take 2 songs to warm up for the first play of the day.
Yeah, and also like it helps them because they're still queuing up matches in the future, so it's not like us optimizing this too much is helpful. Because when we finish too fast, it adds extra downtime because we're not ready yet because we're just starting the mid-division.
Yeah. We'll be rolling very shortly.
So we're going to be going to Party as the first song.
Party.
Pilot's favorite song in the game. That's totally not disabled on his machine or anything like that.
You don't have to bring that up here. Listen, there's nothing wrong with the song itself. It is just a demonic presence in my household and had to be exercised for my own mental stability. The reason being is I think I flagged the full plus chart for this about 6 times before I finally got it. I was so frustrated with it, I turned it off afterwards. Let's
song 1.
get into game 1 of this set.
So what Laura asked me just now is if she should increase her read speed because it's wild mode and she doesn't know the chart. And in the tournament setting, if you're comfortable with something already, I'd say just stick with it instead of just trying to change so much all at once.
I agree that understanding the pattern ahead of you is better than increasing the scroll speed to time for a denser section.
That's how I feel, especially when you're sight reading a lot.
That being said, this is far from the worst thing you could be sight reading in tournament. This is a very straightforward 19, except for the ending, but we'll get there.
Now, what you're going to see, though, is like the difference coming from like lower division to mid division. You'll see a lot less breaks in the songs on wild mode compared to hard mode. And then there's a lot of like what I would call like quote unquote assumed knowledge to be able to play wild comfortably. Especially parts of it like step, da 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 da. That's what you see a lot in hard mode.
I definitely think this is a protect that favors Ram, given it's a very straightforward chart. And you can see here at the end, that 16th drill is disguised as a roll. So really, you just execute as a very simple da-da-da-da-da. But if you don't rock that, it could be a source of point loss, which, you know, Laura just kind of opted to take the loss gracefully there at the end.
Just save my energy for the next song.
So yes, as I mentioned before, talking about the initial card draw before we got into the set, the rules protect is far out hard, which is definitely a more syncopated and a little bit more techier chart than Party Wild, which is very, very straightforward.
Yeah. And then one of the big reasons she picked it just because it was the only hard mode that showed up for her. So yeah, she would prefer to stick to something that's like she's more comfortable with.
I think comfort here, and this chart I think leans into a little more of the features that makes SMX, if you will. And I think it's a better choice to make to just kind of timing check someone coming from a different game like Ram.
One of the positives of this format is you do have the opportunity for far out 18 to show up in the draw in the first place, you know, compared to like most estimates where they just exclude hard mode completely. Just because we couldn't figure out the best place to slot it in. Yeah, this one's got quite a few gimmicks in it, a little bit of everything in it.
And as was mentioned in chat earlier, Ram, in turning off his beat bars, loses sight of those gimmicks. Yep. So unless he's stream watching the other side, he could be caught off guard by some of them, especially there's one particular stop in this song that's pretty nasty to time.
Yep.
Although currently he has built an appreciable point lead, so I think it's going to take more than just a single disruptor stop to close the gap here, but let's see as it comes up right now. Nails it, both of them.
Especially when you come from DDR background, you're locked in on gimmicks, especially if you don't have any indication on those songs.
Very syncopated in the back half here.
And then for I think for us, just not giving up in the first place, just trying to be a good sport and just playing it out all the way through. Yep.
All right, Ram takes that set. Convincing 2-0. It is worth noting that particular stop is very straightforward. A lot of stops in this game, when they're very simple, just sort of follow the beat, and as long as you're just kind of go-stepping to like quarter or an eighth even, it's very intuitive to follow. The wild chart includes an additional eighth note before that quarter note it resumes on in the hard plus, and so it's very easy to psych yourself out on that timing if you're not familiar with the cadence the song follows and picking up on it from there.
Yeah, that eighth note's the worst. I just have to complain about it personally because it's a skill issue on my end.
Select your difficulty.
All right, so
I would just learn and memorize every stop in the game. It's that simple.
Yeah. Gia Banks is on player 2. And then the other player did not log in, so I need to figure out what their username is. So let me just look at the bracket real quick. Italian Falchion. All right. So you got a 1-song warm-up. Given that's the first set of the day, they'll get 1 full song. While they're warming up, let me just pull up the bracket really quick. So pretty much all these matches here will get 1 full song warm-up, and then everything after that will be half-song warm-up to kind of move the tournament along. And again, this is the mid-bracket going on here. So we have a bunch of really high-level players waiting in the top bracket, which the format of this term, we had the top 10 were seeded to upper division automatically, and you'll have 2 players advance from the winner's side of mid-division to fill out the top 12, and then 4 from loser side to fill out the bottom of top 16. If you look at the bracket, bang bracket to see the progressions here. But let's go ahead and look at the warm-up song. Speed over Beethoven. Oh, I need a card draw from them.
You love to see it. We got a matchup coming from the BDR side over onto SNX. We have the Dance Dance Revolution players gravitating towards the old Dance Mania licenses like moths to a flame.
I'm going to do the field goal sign to get send draw. This is a very, very classic. This is on the Vita Extreme, right?
Yes, this was
Extreme 2 home console.
Extreme if you were playing the arcade mix that came from Japan. Extreme 2 if you were playing the PS2 versions at home.
Did she send it? Did she sync it or send it?
Send, right?
She should be doing it. Did she sync it and send it before? Did you do it out of order? Did you do it in order? Like you just send it or sync it?
So she already sent it, but she just need to sync it?
No. We'll just worry about the next one. Can you see what the decisions are?
Okay.
All right, weather player decisions.
So we are updating the card draw real quick. So Italian Falchion protects. I'll show you Loving. Gia has protected Link Line, and then Just Dance is the 3rd song. Agent Blatant and Darkness were vetoed. And Gia vetoed.
It doesn't matter the order, right? So Just Dance is the 3rd song?
Yes.
Okay.
You got it right.
Okay. Yeah, we should be able to just send it normally, but...
Well, we tried to resend, it did not update, so we just updated accordingly. So
yeah, I'm also too far away to just tell them what to do. So we're like trying to like play telephone with each other right now.
I should just open up Discord and start DMing. It's probably
that's a good idea.
a more efficient means of communication given the audio cacophony that is the event.
I'll show you Loving. Oh, it's DLC. It's DLC. Do you have DLC enabled?
That's part of the base game now.
Is it automatic?
I am making the suggestion that we should have a referee.
Oh, for Pump It Up, we actually do need one to do menuing. Like in general, because like, the songless organization is a lot less intuitive in Pump It Up. Wow, we just got a tie. So Jade and Owen just tied in DDR.
An EX tie has occurred directly to the right.
And that's
of the
actually
SMX cabinet.
that's part of the achievement.
All right. As we're going through the pop-off occurring, let's turn our attention now to Game 1, which has just begun. So, I'm not sure how many people are intimately familiar with this chart because it is a former DLC chart, not available on all setups. Recently was canonized as part of the base game. It's a very straightforward 20, but it is going to have some interesting sparse sections coming up that we'll talk about when we get there. Coming up on the first certain song, Italian Falchion, they're off to a great start. Very clean so far. Excellent perfect count. And just some rudimentary crossovers. Don't pay any attention to the mine pit that appears there.
And if you step on it accidentally, that's okay. As long as you just step and release it right away, you won't get punished for it.
All right, a little bit of bracket action going on there. SMX leans a little more into like that modern StepMania 5 tech patterns that you don't see a lot of in DDR, especially with content prior to A3 or so. So I do not fault these DDR familiar players for getting tripped up by that particular technique, but Italian Falchion's still holding on really strong with accuracy, has a little bit of a slight lead below Gia. They're a little more in the lead at the moment. You gotta lift your foot.
They might not know about the lifts. I'm gonna go
Warning.
tell them really quick.
I believe the official name for that judgment per the emote in the StepManiaX server is almost. All right, Gia takes game 1.
Makes it fun at this level of play. Like the players are not as familiar with all the tech in it, so the matches get very, very volatile. Like you don't know who's gonna win these matches.
Yeah,
It's really spicy.
Even with some of the most experienced players playing comfortable things, you never know what the outcome will be. So, song 2, that's an interesting thing to appear here, Link Line Hard. And I don't think we've made a mention of it yet, but the level range for mid here is 18 to 22, and this incorporates both hard and wild as they have some overlap at the upper end.
Very similar to DDR formats that use difficult charts in their draws as well. A lot of the SMX tech with the center up anchors.
This chart leans very heavily into these like extended 8-note runs where you will have to twist or cross over, incorporating the center paddle. So Link Line is a very fascinating pick here, and I think it's really going to test the SMX specific skill set you need, like making the turn to hit that pattern.
And also just angling your foot out enough to not like hit 2 panels at the same time.
And cheat you a little slowdown here.
Yeah. Leads just flipped at the slowdown.
All right, Italian Falchion's back in the lead that early, swings it the other way.
It just swung the other way, so what's going to happen?
Both these players have incredible accuracy when there's not the center panel or more complex patterning involved. Uji is really hurting from that miss coming right out of the slowdown. Really, really close still, though. Difference is like less than 1,000 points.
All right, they both comboed through that. Let's go.
All right, last one. All right.
Very nice performance there. That one's a little tricky to read if you don't have the SMX experience. It can really throw you off.
Italian Falchion, I do think they were picking up on what was needed there. You could see earlier in the song when they were playing, didn't necessarily get that up-center turn that you have to make to hit there. Picked up quite a few misses at the beginning. Pretty much full comboed it towards the back end of the song. So, good thing about double elimination tournaments, not out yet. Still got more opportunities to perform and improve there. So, hoping we'll see a good, stronger set from them in the back half.
Let's continue. Make a selection. Wild Love.
All right, up next we have Hamon, one of the TOs for Midsummer Melody, and Ram, who we just saw in the first round. Oh, we got the draw too.
All right, so it looks like Hamon's Protect is pop 4, wild 22.
Ooh, that's a good start. Into Supernova, which would be pretty comfortable for Ram, as we saw in the first round, where the pads are relatively shape where they're a lot more comfortable with it.
I think Supernova's on the easier end of the hard plus 18s, or the hard 18s, if you will.
I want my bad revenge. She was my everything. Somebody help me now. Oh. Bleep, bleep. Crime.
Is crime?
It's crime.
Is crime. Is crime pick K-pop in tournament?
Something bad, I did it. Yeah, this is one of the K-pop songs featured in the game. There's quite a few of them because one of the, there's an old school ITG player who ended up later in life in artist management. So a couple of the K-pop groups that worked with ended up on SMX. The groups featured were Pixie. I believe Paisley's one of their submissions as well.
I believe after we cross the threshold of 10 K-pop or K-pop adjacent songs in the game,
we can kind of slow down a bit, you know?
Well, the music label contractor or whatnot, I do not remember his official position, came forward and said, this is my 10th contribution to the game after Dancing in the Dark from last patch dropped.
And then they were just at EVO with Dajong, who is also renamed to Yuche at EVO, and the vocalist of Rolling Chords, Jaeyoung, with the blonde hair in the Fearless video.
A fun fact for the viewers at home, the StepManiaX application supports like contextual search for filtering on the songs, and you can search against the genre. So you could just kind of punch in K-pop into the search, and you see 10 charts.
Yep.
So
yeah, they did a song for King of Fighters intro at EVO, and it's very if you play League of Legends, KDA, they have a song called Pop Stars. Very similar vibes to that.
So yes, a huge shout out to Jay for using his industry connections to the advantage of the game. And if you're out there watching this and you happen to have a very close working relationship with Universal Music Group, I have a couple of Guitar Hero revivals I would love to see in the game.
Like Through the Fire and Flames. All right, let's get to the set now.
Is that going to be your next 27?
Yeah.
Imagine.
The play counts are going to go way up. Like, y'all thought Crab Rave got popular? No, Through the Fire and Flames is going to fly. Pop 4, Wild 22. This is a pretty fast song.
175? Yes, 175 BPM.
Or is it 174?
I'm looking at the card draw that has the BPM on it. Although I did remember that. I was recently playing this, so it's fresh in my mind. I think as far as 22s go, this is very straightforward, but you have some syncopation you really need to lock into, and it's pretty fast. 175 16ths, reasonably quick.
And the little broken 16ths too are a little bit tricky to hit too.
Yeah, you get some step jumps that then turn into brackets, really, where you want to be angling your one foot to hit 2 panels at once. That's the ideal way to execute a lot of these patterns.
Hamon just ripped those drills. Hamon has a stamina background too. She plays a lot of ITG stamina stuff. So.
Yeah, lots of cross-game experience here and a lot of SFX specific experience. Hamon's very strong in this game in their own right. Holding on to an appreciable lead coming into the jumps.
Oh, the triples. Or like baseball arm with the chords coming up. Drill coming up soon.
Yeah, the end of the song is going to be one little 16th drill right here.
Ooh. Not too far off of each other.
familiarity with StepManiaX's specific brand of like StepMania 5 tech, I think really helped Timon out here for winning the song by a 2,500 point margin, which is an appreciable lead.
Yeah. Now their perfect counts are really close to goes. It's just clean up those earlies and lates and misses, and the lead trades. It's like you said, just the experience difference.
And Ram's going to get a chance to show that with song 2, which is going to a much more straightforward hard 18.
Yeah. We saw them drop a team amount of perfect counts on Bad Revenge on their warm-up. So this should highlight their strengths a lot more compared to something like Pop 4. All right, ready for the SMX tech tips?
I wonder what a randomly chosen message we will get at the midpoint, where it gives you the little LTT parody slogans. Yeah, I think this is really just going to be a straight timing check. There's nothing particularly spicy about this chart. Very straightforward.
Yeah, especially not at the mid-division level. And you see the difference in play style for both of them. Like Ram having a more like foot picker up style, whereas someone has a very, very like minimal form just from their background and stamina.
Are you sure this rating is right? This chart's more like a 17 to me.
I can't tell.
That was the comment in the background.
Oh.
It's like, are you sure this rating is right?
I missed that completely.
Personally, I had the honor of sight read APCing this when it dropped, so I don't know.
Are those foot switches?
I believe technically a spin.
Oh.
But there's enough of a break between the patterns that you can just kind of shuffle around. Yeah.
Woo! Nice hex star by Hamon there.
6-star. Close out the set.
But Ram put on 99 too, like 11 to 5, that's still a pretty close count.
Respectable performance.
Yeah, and you look at the graph, it's mostly in like one section in particular that, picked up a bunch. All right.
Now, Senpai, if you are interested in the foot switch technique, I believe there is a slightly different but similar technique named the flip switch, as featured in the preview video for Games Done Quick's Summer 2023, I believe it was, run of StepManiaX. Great video to watch.
So
Featuring esteemed Las Vegas tournament organizer, Zephyr.
So it looks like Shinobi and Kevy X3 are the ones that are up next. I see Shinobi came up to player 2 side, so I think it's safe to assume that they're going to be using player 2. And Kevy X3, Kevy 1885 is what's on Star GG, I guess. And then winners round 2.
According to the Smash Ultimate Scoreboard 5.0, which we are using to update the player names, they're both playing Bayonetta.
Yeah. We are warming up with Party. We just saw Party a couple matches ago.
It's a real party in here.
Big party, big boss party. It's been 10 minutes. I've heard big boss. We got to change that in a second. hop off to get something to eat before we gotta play. All right, I'm gonna sign off for now. Get myself ready for. I'm scheduled to play both Pump and SMX round 5. Pilot's also part of that group that's gonna play a lot later today after mid wraps up. So trying to get food in before we're tied down to competing and staffing duties. So be right back.
Okay. Jelly Slosh is stepping out for a bit, and I will be manning comms for a little while with y'all. All right, Kevy, Shinobi, Song 1, Be My Hero, hard plus 19. All right, game 1. Very straightforward chart, mostly just incorporates variations on 16th note syncopation. They get a little more complicated the further in you go, and with a tasteful amount of lift tech thrown in to keep things interesting. All right, both players nail the 16th drill. Coming into this midsection of the song, which is where most of the complicated patterns reside. Shinobi have a lot of experience playing SMX specifically. Very comfortable with the patterning and syncopation here. Keeps it very clean. Establishes just a slight lead over Kevy. Still putting up an appreciable performance with the gold combo. Tending to drift a little earlier in places where Shinobi's pretty much spot on, just going a little late at times. The end of the song has that kind of twist behind, cross under almost, to hit the left from the freeze, and then you have to lift your foot off the down arrow. So you can lose some points there or lose a run at that very last note, but very strong performance, clean judgments across the board. 6 perfect performance from Shinobi to take game 1. All right, song 2, Beautiful Man, a Wild 21. Shinobi's Protect. I think this is a very good Protect she has made here. This is a more stamina-intensive choice of chart. Shinobi plays a lot of Pump It Up, notably very much a game about pushing very hard, especially on intense, twisty patterns. I think this pick definitely favors her here. See what Kevy does. Already put up a very strong performance on that first song, so let's see who does better with harder material. Game 2. Both players kind of get crossed up a little by that pattern there. Sort of have to turn around, and then if you're facing the wrong way, you saw that up arrow. Got an off judgment from both players when that comes around. All All right, the back half of this chorus section is the harder syncopation of these 16 gallops, and then it comes into a run immediately afterwards. So we go into the next verse. Shinobi builds a solid 2,000-point lead off of a couple of off judgments Kevy picked up there. Shinobi is so comfortable on those 16th runs. Shinobi secures game 2 with an over 10,000 point lead. That is a commanding victory. But respectable performance, nevertheless. All right, next up we have Pat versus Big Matt.
Okay, let's start this show. Select difficulty.
Pat recently had a very strong performance at B-Hop Ball 2 out in Vernon Hills, Illinois, where I believe he had floated all the way up from Pool 2 to Pool 5. And I played against him, and he took me to task, even in top 8. Neither of us made it out of our pool into top 4 for that event, but still making it all the way up to 7th or 5th potentially, depending on how you want to interpret an outcome. Very strong performance to have made coming from a lower pool in a waterfall tournament. Big Matt travels a lot, plays a lot of games, especially ITG. Certainly a strong player in his own right. Can you send the card draw over? Big Matt Pat. All right, warming up with some Ladybug. All right, as they are warming up, let's talk a little bit about the draw we have here. Big Matt's Protect is Ghost, Wild 20. Another respectable former license from Dance Dance Revolution. If you are like me and you had Max 2 for the PS2, certainly remember that song. Has a pretty challenging time at 20 in this game for Wild. Pat's Protect is Esperanza, Wild 22. Very challenging chart, definitely on the upper end of difficulty for what's viable in this pool range. And the tiebreaker, if we get to it, is going to be Arsene's Bazaar Hard 20. Very upper end of the hard difficulty and challenging enough like a Wild chart in its own right. So we'll talk a little bit more about it if we get there. Big Matt has a very strong showing for himself there with regards to timing. And Pat, definitely very capable at a lot of material in the game. I saw him put up some very impressive scores on 22s and 23s at B-Hop Ball. So very experienced with these games. Let's get into game one. All right, both players trading off judgments on the lifts to start. As we get into the build up to the first chorus of the song, you can see that there's these 16th patterns that are pretty challenging in all honesty. It's a difficult song to lock into timing-wise. All right, Pat keeps it clean, picks up an early, but has a slight point lead. Big Matt not too far behind, though. Even though he made some mistakes, he has just a little sharper accuracy overall from what I can see so far. There's a lot of song left to go, though, and plenty of additional patterns thrown in the mix. Let's see where we end up in the second half of the song starting now. All right, both players make it through the run very strongly. Picking up that held miss on the center twist there. All right. Pat takes game one. You can see from his timing graph, he kept it a little more consistent, if ever so slightly on the later side through most of the song. Big Mac more on the early side and drifting a little bit in places. You can see kind of went a little late, then early towards the end. And I really think messing up some of those center panels at the end really made the difference more prominent there. So a little unfortunate, but got another chance to prove himself still in this tournament. Going into Esperanza. Talked a fair bit about syncopation and changes in patterns. The song has some challenging variations on 16th notes that also include more center-heavy patterns compared to Ghosts. It's going to be fascinating to see how the players handle the various tech and the differences in gallops that are present throughout the song, like those little jackhammers that you're going to see occurring during the chorus. They're both working generally pretty comfortable with some of the more difficult aspects of the song. So Pat's got an appreciable lead coming up into the middle. Picks up a mind hit. Big Matt picks up some more off judgments. Still way too close to tell. Pat closes that one out with a 95 and a very favorable performance. It was exceptionally close up until towards the very end of the song, right at about the 80% mark. Big Matt just kind of got a lot of off judgments there on that one gallop pattern coming into the ending. It's unfortunate when it happens going early, picking up a lot of greens, but Still a winner side here. Still chances for the players who have lost their sets to come back and make more of a statement. All right, and a moment of repose before our next set, so I wonder who we're going to see coming up.
This is the beginning. Select difficulty. Wild mode.
All right, our next set is getting started. Twans versus Gia. Hello, Maverick. So we've had the chance to see Gia put up a strong performance in a round one set, taking it over Italian Falchion. Coming up against Twans now, a very experienced SMX player in his own right. Very strong on quite a large range of content. Most notably, I remember him playing multiple times, Busted Out Wild, a 24 at Love Arcade, the last tournament we had at this venue. Putting up very strong performances at the upper end of the game. And we're going to see him here now in this card draw. His protect for game 2 is going to be Katana Fighter, a Wild 22. Very straightforward, but respectably stream a 16th kind of chart. Gia's protect is Nothing Else Matters, the Wild 19. Fast but straightforward, mostly just 8 notes, basic pattern checking. Summer Night in Seattle is our tiebreaker. Getting our warm-up going now, so we'll be into game 1 shortly. Seeing many fans for Twans coming out and showing support in the chat. Look at that on the warm-up. A nice Hexstar or Crab Rave. Let's see what the perfect count on that was. 4? Nice and crispy. Burner Dread. The local scene is showing up in force. Let's see if your energy helps carry into a set victory here against Gia. The first half of the chart, for the most part, just this very basic 8th note stream. This is around 190 or so BPM. It is respectively fast. Really just going to be a score check for the most part, and then kind of turning into more of a foot speed check once these 16th bursts come in the back half. Looks like Gia's holding on to a very slight lead coming up to the midpoint. Picking up a couple of yellows there. A little bit of a risky business, but see how he does. All right. Rushes that 16th burst a little. Trons takes the lead back. Pretty much any yellow perfect can really change the game here. These margins are super tight. How comfortable Trons is on these charts, though, is really showing in coming up into the last quarter or so of the chart. And nails that final lift just short of a 6-star. Strong performance. Respectable gold combo from Gia on the other side of the pad, though. But 30 perfect to 8 perfect with a missed lift. Going to make up for an appreciable difference in point there, to the tune of about 1,000 points. On to game 2, Katana Fighter. All right, here we go. Game 2. Much of this chart is just going to be these 16th bursts with just a little difference in timing from when they start and when they finish. Tron's definitely showing a lot of familiarity and comfort on this given chart. Holding onto his gold combo, just building out a slight lead over Gia, who has at least one off judgment, looking at the combo counter there. Coming into the midpoint of the song, there's now going to be more of these extended 16th streams, if you will. Those bursts kicking in. Longer pattern. Tron's keeping it completely in the light perfect window throughout all of those. A little bit of break here before we go into the last quarter of the chart. Now just going into your basic kind of tower pattern for these drills. Okay, Tron's picks up the one early there, but still has a respectable point lead to the tune of about 1,000. Second early. Most likely just a little slip in form, but closes out with a very strong 99. Low perfect count, 2 earlies. Kept it very clean.
Play to continue.
Did you know you can press play to continue? One of those. All right, joining me on the microphone, Cydia.
Hi, I'm not going to be here terribly long. I wanted to, you know, stop by and say hello. I'm going to be going up soon, but you know, here to give my assistance here. I hope everyone is having a great time here at, watching Midsummer Melody. We're here with watching the mid-level of competitors here. I believe, I'm not sure, do we know who's next?
I am not certain, but we will find out shortly.
ITG Burner says that they are having a great time. I'm glad to see that. We are absolutely here to have a great time. I know that here on location we are having a great time.
It has been a fantastic event so far. Day 1 was quite enjoyable, and Day 2 is going great.
Absolutely.
Especially our SMX tournament, where we've had some great competitive matches and some very strong performances from our players so far.
That's right. I know that we had a match between, I believe it was it Arwal and Owen that got really close. That was a personal, enjoyable moment for me just from today. And yesterday we had a lot of those as well, especially, when watching at least DDR, women to non-binary. If you want to watch any other tournaments here at Midsummer Melody, we've got a couple on various streams here, I know. But we've got, DDR, we got 2 DDR cabs going, and we've got Pump as well. We've also got a 2DX stream.
If Beatmania 2DX is your thing, we've got that here.
Absolutely. It's very exciting to see, 2DX streaming, because we often see, dance game tournaments get streamed all the time, but really 2DX and Voltex and all of them usually don't get the attention. So it's very exciting to see that here. So I definitely, when we have some downtime, definitely check them out. But it looks like we're getting started here again. We have Sheepy Chris and Malia.
This should be an interesting set for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Malia is a frequent competitor here on the SMX circuit.
Lots of travel involved and some really strong performances, especially in like women's non-binary tournaments as of late.
That's right. Oh, are we warming up with Big Boss?
Big Boss number 4.
Big Boss. I know Sheepy Chris is not a SMX regular. However, they are a serious performer with Pump It Up. So there is a lot of skill that transfers there, especially with the center panel. That's something that a lot of DDR players that are transferring to SMX really struggle with.
The form you learn from Pump It Up is definitely more predisposed to translating to this game than your traditional 4-panel form. So
that's right. Yeah, 4-panel you tend to stay a little bit more minimal, which ends up costing you with the center panels. So that's something that Pump players transferring over really have an advantage on. So we're starting out here with. Just warming up with Big Boss. I believe it's a warm-up. I don't.
Yes. So we have the card draw right here on the screen. So game 1, Sheepy versus Protect is going to be at Dobby Doo. Fairly straightforward 20, I think. A decent bit of like bracket tech thrown in there. That'll be interesting to see. It's a little SMX specific in its usage there. Malia's going for what you're gonna do, or WYGD, not to be confused with where did you go, WD. GY or GYG. I'm dyslexic in this moment. Very straightforward 19. The only real thing of concern, I think, for that, it's mostly just straight 8th notes with a couple of 16th runs. Very simple. Meta Dreadnought is the hardest thing in this draw. The Wild 21, 200 BPM. So
really, most of the Makanai Supremacy charts in the game can be really tricky. They're coming from, ITG roots, and usually the songs that come from ITG roots, they'll throw in a lot of throwbacks, which, ITG known for really stepping up the game in terms of difficulty and trickiness. So
you get a couple of quirky patterns, and all of the Makanai Supremacy songs in this game are fairly high BPM and have a lot of foot speed incorporated into them. Meta Dreadnought is no exception. It's definitely got an appreciable number of like 16th triples at 200 BPM. Oh, look at that. It looks like Sheepy Chris is the slightly larger of the 2 bosses on the pad right now in the warm-up.
Yes. Although we have one boss that is bigger than the other, both bosses, in fact, are big. And it's a very important thing to keep an eye on is how big your bosses are.
The relative size of bosses.
The relative size of bosses is very important. So we're going to be going on to, you know, Dabby-Doo. Dabby-Dabby-Dabby-Doo. Is that the right one? I believe that's the right one. Yes, it is. Not to be confused with Dum Dabby or whatever.
Dum Dabby Rum?
No, not that one. Dum Daddy Doo, Dum Daddy
Yeah.
Dum.
Okay.
This one is a Wild 20. We're gonna be. This is one of those, you know, classic bubblegum pop songs that.
I wonder who has that machine record. All right. Enough joking around. Let's get into game one. Yeah, look at that. The brackets on left center, right center to start. You gotta really lift up your feet there to nail it. Strong opening from both players, and oop, watch out for the lift.
Those lifts can be really tricky to time properly. But Leah still is holding up the. I shouldn't have said anything.
The classic. Well, not totally surprising if it comes on the brackets there. If you're, the pressure you apply is not really even or like ideally slanted. Keep in mind, center panel is slightly recessed on these pads. So when you make brackets, you have to make sure you put down enough force that you register. You hit that too late, and your foot's kind of just gonna not be perfectly flat to hit it late.
Definitely looks like, you know, that the center panels are sort of causing the distance to drift here between the two competitors.
Yeah, Shibi's picked up a few earlies here and there. Emilia's picked up a couple as well, but still holding on to a very minor now, but noticeable point lead.
Slowing down for this final part, but
Just so close at the end with those last earlies. That is a 9-point difference.
absolutely. We saw that distance drift apart about halfway and then really close the gap coming back, but Lee was still able to, you know, hold on to that lead.
Yeah, same amount of earlies there from both sides, but just slightly tighter perfect timing, and I mean really slight. Closer than like a 6 EX difference ought to be. But this is StepManiaX. Every perfect judgment is secretly 7 sub-judgments in a trench coat.
Oh, there's two, what you gonna do now to keep in mind. This one you're gonna have to refer to exclusively as WYGD. It's like the two sky highs.
No, that's fine. Just you go with the one that's a wild 20.
Yeah. Yeah, I want the wild 20 sky high. You know?
If you
the one that's a DDR throwback.
Hey,
you know?
listen, if you get mixed up between the two get busies, just go with the one that has the female vocalist.
Yes, absolutely. They gotta put the Sean Paul one in that to make it really be difficult to you know, differentiate. But now we're going into WIGD Wild 20. This one I believe came out around the August or September 2022 update.
Yeah, this was the back half of 2022. I want to say it was the same update as Stop and Go, but probably not.
You may be right.
Might be right.
Definitely wasn't the same series of updates, but we're getting started here. Malia's starting out with a very slim.
Really slight lead there. And here's the first of the 16th round.
A couple lates there from Malia that might close it even more. We're watching those numbers tick up almost identically.
Yeah, I would say if you're looking at the numbers, and with every single step it appears that the person who's behind is like flickering into the lead for a split second, that's usually a strong indication that the lead difference is like less than a whole perfect's window's worth of points.
Chief Chris has now taken a slight lead ahead here. Just really been pretty strong with these perfects, but the fast parts coming up, the lates are getting picked up. Malia was able to take ahead again there.
Yeah, went just a little late before that second 16th round. Now Malia's back in the lead.
It's really, really close. Chris is getting a few earlies that are kind of separating the gap. I don't know if they're able to come back, and that is really tight. That is really tight, but we've got Malia coming up ahead with a 99507 versus a 99112, but both are 9.9s. That's once you get to the 9.9s, those are the points where, you know, every little bit matters.
Yeah, that's where the variance and timing you can get on a perfect really begins to matter. Strong performance from both players. A full gold combo is respectable no matter how you slice it.
Absolutely.
So, good showing.
So I believe next up we have, yeah, Lenny and RC1. Is that what that is?
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
And we have received the card draw.
Ooh, we got some good songs here. We got Ladybug, Fly Me High. I believe that was from last month's update, or the one before it.
1 or 2 updates ago. Very recent addition to the
Very,
game.
very recent. And July. We've got a lot of really, you know,
Wow, that's the
throwbacks.
month it is. It is July.
If we did this tournament, you know, next month, would they release a song called August?
Imagine. Get that mid-bite reveal. That'd be hype.
That's true. Lightning, I don't know if you're watching today, but if you are, keep this in mind. You know.
Maybe a little preview like the 7 jump update.
StepManiaX.
I'm doing the tweeting face and putting my fingers together. Content is for me.
Seven Jump is one of those songs that it's kind of like
The 7 jump.
it's kind of like the summertime song from regular show where I don't necessarily like it, but I can't get it out of my head. You know.
Unfortunately, I have decided I like it a lot.
It's very catchy. I can't deny it. It's one of those earworms.
Learning that it's a pop song kind of realization of I believe it is a Dutch nursery rhyme.
That does sound like a Dutch nursery rhyme.
It's
honestly.
literally called like these 7 Sprung or something, and I learned that, and I'm like, wait, this is awesome. This went from being like, you know, peak because it was from DDR like 4th mix to being peak because it's just like an awesome concept.
It's Peem. It's Peem.
It's Peem.
It's Peem.
But yeah, going back and looking at the card draw, it's fairly straightforward for Ladybug. It's, I believe, the most perfect scored of the Wild 19s in the game and all Wild charts in total. Fly Me High, recent addition to the game. It's got some fascinating center panel stuff in it and a little bit of a tricky like foot switch you got to do, a little hop to the side. Going to be fun to see how that chart goes over. And then July is just very, very syncopated. Got a lot of 16th runs, got a lot of variations on that. So that's a very exciting tiebreaker to see. I would love to recite the original nursery rhyme being put in chat, but I just know my hard pronunciation of other languages is going to make me embarrass myself on broadcast. So
Dutch is one of those languages where looking at the letters and how it's pronounced has enough of a difference that you don't want to look like a fool trying to pronounce it.
although I do enjoy it, 7 Sprung. I wonder what that could mean. Ladybug is so highly scored that even a Hex Star is not good enough to be in the top 125.
It's one of the easier 19s. Combine that with the fact that it's a very popular song. One of the first 19 is like the lowest wild level. You're getting a lot of people trying to play it. You're getting a lot of people warming up to it. You know, you're gonna have it's pretty tough to, you know, compete in the Ladybug qualifiers. You know.
Yeah, the sometimes the translation is self-evident, or it insists upon itself looking at the word.
So I know that I saw Lenny at the Big Deal performing in DDR. Made it to, I believe it was either the finals or the semifinals of the women's non-binary bracket at the Big Deal, specifically for DDR. So, you know, she's got the chops. I don't know her personal, you know, SMX experience or skills, but I know that she definitely has, you know, the fundamentals.
I'm familiar with Lenny as a teams player, where her team had absolutely cooked mine round 1 of a remote teams tournament that is ongoing. So nothing but kudos and appreciation for player skill there. I am not personally familiar with RC1's game myself, but he did pull out a respectable 99.4 on that warm-up, so definitely has the timing down.
RC1 is a local here in Michigan and you know, has access to this specific cab. I think there's a specific advantage to that specific portion because this cab is definitely, you know, lighter than most other cabs that I've felt, DX or not. It's very sensitive pads, and if you're not used to that, if you're not ready for it, it might throw you off.
Truly the best deluxe cabinet in the world.
We can see that here, that, you know, that familiarity might be, you know, paying some dividends here as RC1 is staying a little bit marginally above, while Lenny is just a little bit behind. I think one of that
200-ish points. Oh, the gap's going to go a little wider there with that early that happened. I think that's about the second one we've seen so far.
I think that could also be attributed just to the pad differences here because, you know, some of those really wild earlies can come from just, you know, not familiar with the pad sensitivity.
Yeah, point difference is only a couple hundred, so it just takes one real error from RC1's side to swing it back, but keeping up that consistent gold combo the whole song, I don't think that lead's going to change in the last literal note there.
Yeah, 500-point difference when we got RC1 taking the first song. Ladybug, because of it being sort of like the song to play, it can be really hard to, you know, those gaps are going to be really, really small. You know, a little bit, one mistake can really make a difference.
All right. Making our way over to Fly Me High.
Because this is one of the newer ones, I'm not super familiar with this. I think I played it, you know, once. It wasn't really my cup of tea, and then I moved on. But, you know, Wild 20, you know, we're probably going to be seeing some, you know, once again, tight windows.
Given what the song is, it surprises me how many people quite enjoy it. It's like an underappreciated banger from that patch. But yes, as for the chart itself, it's fairly straightforward for the most part, but you are going to see that there's some center panel drills here. You see a ton down in center. I think we're going to see the reverse of that where it's on up and center a little later in the chart. Yeah, RC started out a little late here. It took some point loss at the very beginning, so Melita's holding a slight lead here. But I imagine that may potentially change, just like it did now, and here in the chorus, where you kind of have to do that little side hop to hit that pattern. At least I think that foot switching it is easier than trying to cross it over, given the pattern exactly
Yeah,
there.
the foot switch crossover section is, I believe, has widened the gap somewhat considerably for the margin that we're trying to be looking towards. But it looks like RC1 has, you know, hitting a couple earlies there,
yeah.
And that just bled over.
That up center just handed that lead to Malia, but now it's just back to fighting at the perfect margin. They're flickering. It's really close.
This is a really close match. This could be anyone's game now. Both have the fundamentals down. Those foot switches are coming back here.
All right, one more occurrence of this coming up. All right.
That was a really close one. RC1 taking it just by a hair. That lead could have been dropped really at any point in the last 15 seconds, but you know, he held on and was able to keep that lead.
Yeah, kept it close on the timing, and that perfect difference is appreciable, I'd say, and that miss from Lenny really, I think, hurt her score there.
Absolutely.
But,
I'm going to be going up next, I believe. I believe that I'm the next person to go up, as long as wherever Lou is.
Press play to continue.
we'll see what gets sent over from the car draw station directly to my right.
RC won both of those, right?
Yes.
RC120, yeah.
Okay. Because you've got it backwards on the.
Oh. Sorry to whoever has to watch that VOD.
Yeah. Next is.
All right, looks like we're going to be going up. I'm going to be going up next. If I believe our setup is, I don't have enough time to talk about the songs, so I'm going to leave it to Pilot. I will be back later unless someone else takes the fall. In that case,
Thank you for
I will-
commentating.
I'm happy to be here. I will see you shortly.
And once again, Twitch chat, you are alone with me for the time being. All right, let's get the.
Let's StepManiaX. Select your difficulty.
All right. Blue versus Cydia. Yeah. Are we going straight into game one? Might be the case looking at the card draw here. All right, immediate start into game one. So, talk a little bit about the song here. Summer, Part 18. Very, very straightforward chart. It's just entirely like 8th note runs at 185. A little bit of a syncopation there, but most of the focus is just going to be on these very straightforward patterns. A little bit of crossovers thrown in, I think more towards the back half, but very simple to grok chart. Support coming in from Chad here for Blue on our player one side. Hitting the first stop, going into the first of the extended 8th note runs on this chart. And I was mistaken in seeing that it's just 8th notes only. There is a little bit of syncopation here, but nothing significant. It's definitely not the primary feature of this chart.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello, this is Dak Corrido again. Have the contest still not found me yet?
Welcome back.
Yep.
All right, coming into the second half of the song, Cydia is holding a very slight lead here, although that margin is pretty slim. It's about definitely less than 120-ish points now.
Yeah. Well, we're coming to the final stretch.
All right, both players turning and hit those crossovers as intended.
Oh, it's still very close. But I think if Cydia does not make any more mistakes. Oh, wait, what?
Whoa.
What?
Those last couple of late perfects at the very end just changed the margin out of their favor.
Yeah, it was super close.
So Lou takes game one.
Yep. That is very close. That's why you can never count somebody out until the song ends.
It's not over till it's over.
Yep. But still, good job for both of them. That was very tight.
Very exciting game one there.
Next song is Here For You. So this song is like, it can be a little tricky with some burst and some roll patterns, but nothing too hard.
Yeah, mostly just it has a very specific 16th syncopation pattern featured throughout it. I think the remainder of it's fairly straightforward. And it has a respectable amount of downtime in it with segments like these where you don't have anything much more dense than quarter notes.
But as we see, Cydia is starting off strong with the lead. But it's still very early, so we'll see if Lou can take it back again.
I'm not certain what early Lou had picked up because I hadn't quite seen it, but that is already like a 2,000 to 3,000 point lead, which is an appreciable difference to start out. But
yeah, definitely starting strong. Oh, but he got a miss.
I think there's a miss and at least 2 off judgments there.
Yeah, Lou's going to have to work really hard if he wants to get this next win.
Yeah, the back half of this chart has that like 16th gallop that then resumes on the offbeat itself. So if you're not familiar with kind of making that adjustment and then, you know, sticking to hitting 8th note patterns or such on that offbeat, you can really pick up quite a few judgments there. It looks like both players are handling it very well.
Yeah.
Just those early off judgments at the beginning of the game, very punishing, keeping Cydia with a respectable 4,000 or so point lead.
Yep.
All right, and they close out at 99.
Yeah, 99 is pretty good. Oh. And then, oh wow, 10-1 is really good. Yep. And now we move on to tiebreaker with Crab Rave.
Good old Crab Rave.
Yeah, nothing too hard for Crab Rave. It's just mostly just a few bursts here and there.
You don't want to fall asleep either in its downtime outside the choruses where it's very sparse, especially at the beginning, is you're going to have, you know, quarter notes, then a slight break, and then you have to hit 2 16ths on the offbeat.
Yeah, the downtime, while it's nice to have downtime, it can, if you start to be lazy, you're going to make mistakes.
Like you can see here, like just quarter notes, and then you got those 2 little synth accents right on the 16th. You want to make sure you're cued into that very well.
Or it looks like the lead has created a few times. Up here's the first burst. And it looks like Cydia comes out as ahead.
Yeah, just ever slightly so.
Yeah, very slight, but yeah. But can they keep up this lead? That's the question. Up, second downtime.
Some earlies here in this section. You don't want to rush it. You don't want to drift on it either.
Yeah. Second burst. And Cydia still keeps ahead.
Yeah, Sid has a respective lead now. They're in the lead by like 1,000 or so points, it looks like. A little under that margin, but noticeable enough.
Can definitely change. Well,
Careful about going just a little late there on those holds.
but they take it.
And he hit the lift at the end.
Yep.
Very nice.
And Cydia moves on.
Very nice 2-1.
Yep.
Well, listen, if your preferred player has lost the set so far, there is no need to despair. All of these have been winner side sets, so all of these players still have a chance to prove themselves loser side of the bracket. So,
Yep. That's why we have double elimination. Sometimes you just get a bad card draw that doesn't work to your favor. but you can make it up. But you have to prove that you can make it up.
All right, I believe a food ration for me has arrived, so I will be taking a brief repose from commentary. So I turned it over to Corey and whichever other capable commentator hops on. So thank you all for having me. I'll be back on the broadcast later.
Everybody give thanks to Pilot for his wonderful commentary. So, okay.
We're just round one.
Okay, losing round. Oh. Okay, so we're about to start losers round 1. And okay, so we're doing card draws right now.
Let's begin. Please make a selection. Easy mode. Wild mode.
Okay, so we are now into losers round 1, the redemption. We're going into the warm-up, which is Neon Polka Heart. guys, welcome back to Billy Talk.
Hello. How's everyone doing?
Yep.
All right, looks like we're losers round 1.
Yep.
Dan D versus Safari are playing. So this is a warm-up song, I Am Polka.
Yep. Oh.
I was just out for a staff food break. I just went and brought Pilot some food too, so, you know, it's good. It's healthy for us to take turns here. Safari's holding on to an ABC, it looks like.
Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
You peeked out. Like,
I forgot the mic was on my head. I'm so sorry.
well, this is going to be a very interesting match.
That's some really impressive timing there. I had to remember that I have a microphone on. I'm so sorry, everybody.
Don't worry, man. My ears are okay. They're dead on the inside, but we're still alive. But yeah, it seems like... So, first song is Kalinka.
Yeah, this one's a level 20. It's a pretty sizable step up from the warm-up they just played.
No, it's one of the 20s of all time, I would say. But the question is, do they know the stop at the end?
Oh yeah, the stop at the end, the SpongeBob technique. Step on your right foot and don't forget it.
Yep. To be honest, that stop at the end is the only reason I have no hex on this one.
Yeah, but this one's a pretty interesting chart. You have some, if you wanted, you could do side switches, or just usually people will double step them.
Yeah.
And then there's some roll tech in it too. We have to like step on every other note is a roll note.
Yep.
So if you're not familiar with SMX rolls, you just step right on time and it should resolve itself for the most part.
But as we start off, Safari is so far in the lead. But we are still early, so as long as Dundee can keep his act for the rest of this game, he should be fine.
Yeah, you see both players opting to double step the side switches.
Oh yeah.
So probably looking really comfortable with the roll tech.
Yeah, the roll tech, I mean, once you know how to do it, you kind of memorize it. Yeah, it seems like Safari has a very good grasp on this song. I'm not going to say it, but you see it.
Oh, but they just got saved by the chord cohesion, where like they got one green flash, but because their other judgment was good enough to still maintain the yellow perfect, it didn't credit as an early.
Yeah, pro tip for those. Just because you get an early green flash on a jump, as long as your second part of the jump is good, you still can save it.
Yeah, the better the earlier judgments, the later judgment.
Yeah.
Is what's more value. What the final judgment's going to
The
be.
most recent judgment is the more important one.
All right.
Now, do they know it?
The technique. Ooh, both of them a little bit late on that.
But it seems like Safari was able to keep it.
A solid 99 there. Cool. Now, both players, though, coming out with a clean PFC. Dandy just had a little bit of trouble with the initial roll, but they got it figured out the second time it came around.
Yeah.
The second time it rolled around.
God damn it. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, like I said, once you know how to do the roll tech, once you see it, you're just like, oh, I kind of know how to do this.
Yeah. All right, we're looking at Be Alive is going to be the next song that shows up.
Yeah. Be Alive is also not that hard of a song, but if you can't do streams, good luck.
Yeah, but it's a pretty straightforward chart. That's a couple of what we call like the form check center notes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like, it's like left down, center down.
Yeah.
Where if you're playing very flat-footed, you can actually hit the center with like the front of your feet if you don't angle it properly.
Yeah. As well as also there's some mines, so do they know the mines? Which can definitely trap you if you which has actually wrecked a lot of runs for me on this song.
One that gets me personally is the opening winners round 2.
Oh. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have a word with production in a second.
Don't worry, I don't know which round we're on. I just know that people are playing.
We just missed. I was about to mention there's a beginning part where there's a lot of down jacks. And that part tripped me up a lot, particularly. But both players handle it just fine over here.
Yeah.
They're not too far apart from each other in this song so far.
Yeah. Oh yeah, as we see, Donji is actually playing with a different angle, I guess you would say.
Perspective.
Yeah. So this is also just kind of, it's basically just a very player choice, like whatever feels nice to them.
And especially playing on a deluxe cab for some of us, like the first time even for this event.
Yeah.
Ooh, clean drills there.
It looks like Safari has a little bit of a choke, but he's still ahead. As long as he keeps up his MA, he should be fine.
Yeah, that lift mine dodge is very visually tricky.
Yeah, that was the run killer for me for a while. But it seems like Safari, as long as he doesn't mess up anymore, should take it. But very close.
Yeah, all it takes is one. Oh, he thought the song was over.
He thought the song was also, you know what, that's the last thing. It's just a song check. It's a knowledge check. Do you remember where the song actually ends?
Never ever step off the pad so you see that results screen come up.
Yeah, it was still
But
very...
They both came up with a full combo there.
He was still able to clutch out at least a pretty good score.
Yeah. And very consistent players. Dandy getting 17 again.
Yep.
Just got tripped by that mine section in the break.
And that ending. Yep. But it seems like Safari moves on. Next.
And it looks like they are just grabbing players to draw just because we have a DDR Pump It Up and Beat Mania 2DX going on at the same time right now. So we have several people that are in multiple games.
Yeah, our goal is just to get people done with their just get people into their matches and done with their matches so they can hopefully move on to the next thing.
Yeah, everybody needs everyone at equal priority.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the problem with multi-tournament, I guess multi-game tournaments is that you're like, oh, I need this player, but they're not.
They're also
here.
unavailable, yeah. But let's go take a look at the bracket in the meantime, all right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so we just concluded this match. The winner of that match, Safari is going to play against Twans from I think the Chicago area. They were the head TO of V-Hop Ball 2 that just happened about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
They opted not to play to just focus on running the event, which is a really tough decision. You know, there's not that many tournaments that happen throughout the year.
No, definitely.
But for your mental health, sometimes it's better just to kind of like take a seat back and just focus on just running it.
No, yeah. Sometimes it's like you really have to decide: is it worth running the tournament
while trying to compete at the same time? Especially for someone like Twans who can make a deep run in the bracket. Twans has really insane timing.
I think Twan, via the seed, depending on the seed, considering his seeding, he is definitely projected to at least make it out of this pool.
Yeah, he's the top seed of the mid division.
Yeah, so he should make it out if he doesn't get tripped up by something.
Yeah, I see Italian Falchion walking up the machine, so I think we're just looking for their opponent.
Yep. Italian Falchion versus Sheepy Chris.
Let's play.
Oh no, Italian Falchion versus Lou.
Select a difficulty
Sorry, I'm
mode.
looking way ahead.
We're looking ahead.
Safari, I can't. Safari won 2-0.
We need someone to help report the scores too. All right, let's go ahead and go back to the correct camera.
So now we're in losers round 1, boys.
And we are seeing double pocket picks.
Oh, oh no. What is the song draw? So, Flying High is kind of straightforward. The problem is the yellow notes. If you're not good at 16, you're gonna have a bad time.
Personally, and this is just my opinion, as someone that plays like stuff that's usually in the 22 plus range, I find Flying High to be a pretty tiring 21. There's just so many gallops. It's just like, it feels like it never ends.
It is, and also you're really trying not to, the rhythms are so tricky that you have to play just like full focus, and then by the end of it, you're just like, oh my god, I'm too tired.
Yeah, it's a lot different than the chart that was featured in ITG, I feel like. I feel like the ITG was like a pretty straightforward 10. to my knowledge. I don't remember. It's been several years.
Who cares about In the Grave? We're here to play the better game, SMX.
Oh, but this part's really can trip a lot of people up.
Yeah. But it seems like Italian Falchion was able to punch out the lead.
Yeah. My prediction is they end up choosing this song just out of familiarity.
Yeah. But it seems like Lou took back the lead.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned, there's a lot of broken up rhythms here to have to parse.
Yeah, whereas when things don't flow, it really tires you out versus things that flow very well. Because then you can actually because you're using more energy. But yeah, both players are doing their best on the song. This song is just not an easy song.
Yeah, it follows the synth of the song. It's just very, very tiring.
Yeah, those 16 notes are no joke. Like you have the time 16s is, I feel like, especially when they start off with when a stream starts off with a 16 note, it makes it way tiring. Ooh, and it looks like Lou takes it.
We got another counter spell here. Win your opponent's pocket pick. And now we have Ignition Starts coming up, which is a very interesting pick.
ITG was an extra 9, but the charts are similar. It is a good song.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah, definitely on the harder end of accuracy. Well, I mean, if you can do it well, I think it's not that hard for accuracy, but the question is, can you do it well?
Yeah, it just very depends on the way I see it in my head, because I play more visually. I see there's a lot of even notes, groups of even notes. So there's a lot of like 4 and then a gallop and then like 4 and like a single note. I don't recommend playing the way I do. It's really hard to time that way.
Yeah.
It's just how I parse the patterns out personally.
Yeah. Anyways, the next song is Ignition Start. This one's also a very tricky song. We're just really pulling out the tricky songs now.
Yeah. Very gallop heavy, and there's gonna be some sections where the chart will want you to turn, but if you're really good at foot switching on gallops to maintain your facing, that's a really valuable skill to have on this one.
Yeah, no, but gallops are definitely a very... Oh, Lou is going no bar for this section. But yeah, no, definitely gallops is very gallop heavy, gallop crossovers. And while you could foot switch them, foot switching is very hard. So it's like you're either put in this awkward position where you can either try to foot switch it and maybe be able to do it right, or you can just cross it over and hope that you're doing it right.
All while watching out for the middle panel that shows up in the middle of the gallops.
Oh yeah, because why not? Because Power Word didn't say Power Word hates you. Oh, okay. Power Word loves you, but
it forces you to be very dynamic with your playstyle to avoid getting a lot of error in the steps.
Yeah. Okay, okay, you get at least one nice break part.
Yeah, and they're very, very close to this part. Now the gallop section's coming up again, so it's really important that they...
Yeah, Lou doing this no bar is very impressive.
What my prediction is, maybe they're more comfortable with this chart no bar because you can lean a little bit differently to handle the gallops versus if you're holding the bar trying to do like turning gallops.
Oh yeah,
it might feel a lot more constricted.
Oh yeah, especially if your arms are kind of short, you really don't want to be twisting too much. But it looks like Lou takes it, so he is going to move on. Yeah, very impressive play by both of these players. This pocket pick was some of the
much harder ones ones that I wouldn't have expected to see personally.
Yeah, it's like these pocket picks are not easy. Like they really just went all out. They said, might as well. But yeah, it also goes to show that pocket picks, while they are good, you have to hopefully make sure that your pocket pick is actually something.
They're not guaranteed.
Yeah, they're not guaranteed. You have to make sure you really
lose. Lou.
Yeah.
2-0, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'm actually going to step off and help facilitate repping because we need someone to like communicate who's winning, who's losing the matches.
Wait, who are the players?
We have Ceiling Fan versus Dandy.
Ceiling Fan is on the left.
Ceiling Fan, player 1. And then let me do something after this, help you out. So go ahead and update it. I'm going to drag this over here. That way you can see the bracket. Dandy lost to Safari. Dandy would be down here, ceiling fan. So still loses round 1.
Sorry about that. Anyway, so
I'm going to step off the mic for a second to help facilitate the tournament a bit.
everybody give applause to Jelly Sauce for his great commentary. It looks like the first song is Temple of Boom. Very, very stamina heavy. Even the 18 is very stamina heavy. And big start. Sorry about that. We kind of just like mix up with the players. Oh, but this lead is trading back and forth. We do love Jelly Sauce. As we get into as we get into the meat of it, there's going to be a lot. Oh, no, yeah, you're right. Rip Jelly Sauce. They really said no K-pop in this round. As we move into the finals, it seems like Dandy will take this match. We'll take this song. Not match. Okay, next song, Sunshine 22. Oh boy. No, this is a. Oh boy, this is going to be a very interesting 22. This is a very interesting song to play. Very tricky streams, a lot of gallops. Very tiring. One of the harder 22s, I would say. As we get into the beginning, those gallops are not easy. And now we get into the stream part with gallops because this is not easy. Very close still, but Dandy still has the lead. Yeah, very stream heavy. You can see how much, oh my god, the cameras are shaking so much. You can see just how much energy they're putting into it. And as we move into the end, Dandy's still up, but that can change. The ending is still not any easier. And Dandy will take it, meaning he will move forward. very, very interesting U22.
Take it to the max. Select a difficulty mode.
Anyways, I actually have to go. I need to check something out. And I will be back. Cops are getting too close.
Hello. All right. Pilot here, back on the desk. Had a little food break. Bit of a walk around the venue. Then back and ready to go. Hello, Zats. Thank you for your support of the event. All right, it looks like I've got back to the commentary desk just in time for Ram versus Lenny, losers round 2. Seeing what I feel is a very interesting pocket pick here from Ram with Therapy, Wild 20. Very challenging chart time, given the syncopation present in it. Lenny is gone for a protect on Bleep Bloop, hard 21. Or hard 21. Hard 18, sorry, hard 18. It's not even the right difficulty for Wild. think this is a very good pick to make against an opponent who may not be as experienced with the game. We will talk about that as we get into the chart itself, starting now for game 1. Bleep Bloop as a song leans more into the SNX specific features of this game than some other songs do. An appreciable amount of center panel usage coming in here. Ram picks up his first off judgment. Lenny continuing to hold on to a very precise gold combo so far. He's built up a couple 100 points lead coming in now, going into the midsection of the song. Alright, Ram picks up some off judgments here in this syncopated, kind of sparse section, leading up to the second BPM stop in the song. Coming in now to the last quarter of the chart, which is going to include the center panel twist. Both players are picking up earlies on the center, but Lenny has a slightly stronger performance. She builds off about a 2,000-point lead coming into the very outro of the song. And closes that out very favorably. Nice full combo. All right, game 2, Therapy Wild. One of the swingiest of the 20s in the game. You'll see immediately on the start. Those are 64ths timed to the vocals to open up the song. All right, both players picking up a handful of missed lifts and a number of some off judgments in the beginning. It is a very hard song to lock into, so no surprise there. So Lenny, being more familiar with the game in the chart, appears to have picked up about a 1,000-point lead to begin. Yeah, very clean runs so far from both players coming into the back half of the song. The hardest part legitimately is the very beginning where it follows the vocals. The remainder of the song, the swing keeps without the same distance between notes all the way until the very end. So once you get a feeling for the swing time on that song, it's very easy to keep consistent in the last 3/4 of it. But Lenny keeps it completely clean. Both players missed a number of lifts there. You could see by the yellow exclamation point, almost judgment. They had mucked up a couple of the lifts, but that point loss doesn't really make much of a difference, ultimately. Congratulations to Lenny.
Okay, let's play. Select player difficulty.
All right, we are going back to see Lou and Chibi Chris again for losers round 2. Looks like both players are going to be going immediately into song 1 here. Follow my prompt. Kind of similar to Therapy, which we just saw. There's a lot of syncopation, this time just on 16ths. That kind of goes mostly with the vocals of the song, and a lot of it can be very sparse at times, so it can be a little challenging to time. And it opens up with a little 16th run there. Alright, both players keep it clean at the very beginning starting out. Lou picks a 1-off judgment, but it's not otherwise super far behind. There's still a lot of song to make up the difference. And again, the syncopation pattern where you have a 16th gallop that then leads you into hitting a stream on the offbeat to use here. A little bit of a mind dodge. All right, Chibi Chris has built up a respectable 3,000 or so point lead coming up into this last stretch of the song with a number of stops. Kind of catches Lou off guard, picks up a miss along the way there. Still keeping the gold combo going, closing out towards the ending. There's one last run, or just some gallops. All right. Very convincing gold combo lead there. No minds hit, no mistakes, just 29 perfects. Nice and clean. That's all you like to see. All right, and we're coming up on EMEA Hard Plus as game song 2 in this draw. EMEA scrolls at a blistering 240 BPM. This is going to be a lot of 8th note bursts and streams in the Hard Plus chart. Very straightforward patterning, not much in the way of any crossovers or twists, but definitely a very appreciable stamina and accuracy check for a Hard 19. This is the first of 2 slowdown sections in the chart. Very basic patterning, just kind of follow along with it. You want to be careful though when its song speeds back up. You are making the jump from hitting what is effectively quarter notes all the way back up to 16th, so you need to be mentally prepared for that. Chibi Chris seems to be very knowledgeable on this chart, is executing it very well so far, keeping the gold combo going at the halfway mark. All right, both players do a good job of converting from that offbeat section back onto the main rhythm for the second slowdown's ending, speeding back up to full BPM. 99-3 on this in tournament at this level is very, very impressive. 19-piece clean run. Excellently done. All right. GB Chris advances. Lou puts up a strong performance, but is done for now. Thank you for coming out. All right, and rejoining me on the commentary desk, Jelly Slosh.
Hello, everybody. I was just checking into the other games, see how everyone's doing. Guess status check on DDR, status check on Pump It Up, since that's what I'm participating in.
The classic multi-game tournament experience.
Yes. I keep telling myself I'm kind of over it, but I keep like, so from my perspective, playing in multiple games gives me a chance to like interact with different communities and different players who I normally won't have the opportunity to talk to. And then playing in other tournament formats lets me learn things from other games that I could maybe like, oh, this is a really awesome idea I should bring back and see how I can incorporate it to my own tournaments. Oh, was this the match that just finished?
No, this is the next upcoming match.
Oh, we have the anthem. We have How We Win in the draw. If I had a button for it, I would play it right now.
We just finished Lou, Sheepy Chris, and now we're going to Dandy Gia for our next set in our final game in Losers Round 2, in fact.
Nice. I found out their name is pronounced Los. I asked for clarification on how to pronounce their handle, Los.
Okay. My apologies for my prior sets on commentary.
But yeah, Dandy versus Gia. And I was watching, I was looking at the score feed from Steak and Shake while I was eating there, and I saw Gia dropped a 98K on a song against Tauns. That was pretty impressive. On Katana Fighter. Very nice. Because,
no, there's, I think everyone who is capable of playing in a match at this level is going to be able to 98 quite a few things.
Yeah, we're starting to get to the upper mid division now at this point.
Yes. And the card draws are starting to reflect that. As you can see, a lot of players are kind of eschewing the more non-traditional 19s and 20s in the draw. I would say Romeo and Juliet definitely counts as a unusual 19. And Show Me Your Moves is a pretty hard 20 at the time, in my opinion.
Select your difficulty.
That was, for myself, when going for the Hex Stars, that was one of the hardest ones for me to get. Because it has like the step jumps in the 16th rhythm. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, there are quite a few extremely quirky charts on the lower end of Wild for sure.
And if the players would like to warm up, they are allowed a half-song warm-up. It looks like they're opting to skip it.
And just go straight into our next match, it seems.
What'd you drop?
A hair tie.
Oh, no.
A little inconsequential ultimately, but I'm just going to send out a feeler to see if anyone can bring me one. That would be nice to have for when I compete and not take a 30-minute drive detour to go pick up another one.
Or watch like a Five Below in the mall or something and get it. DJ Pandiga, how's it going?
What's up, casters? We're getting into game one of Dandy Gia.
I think I like that sound. This one goes really well with the music in the background. So if you know the song, just follow like those little like whatever that instrument is, like little like scratchy.
Well, it's a very syncopated chart, as you can see. You spend a lot of time on the offbeat here, and you won't see it yet, but later around the back half of this chart, they are going to start mixing in 64s, which I think you'll start seeing them now.
Yeah. Teal notes, depending on your note skin choice. into the second half song. Dandy with a slight lead over Gia.
Yeah, Dandy kind of built up a respectable lead there, keeping that run very clean. Gia sort of drifted like late then early on that run. But otherwise, keeping it together with a full combo from both players so far, coming into the last 15% or so of the chart. Got to scoot back over the center for those mines.
Nice. Not too far off here. Both players getting a full combo on that chart.
Yeah, very good performance from both of our players here.
And now,
Let's see what game 2
how
has to
we
provide.
win. I wonder if the players know the opening stop, because that's going to be a very, make or break part of the song. Zats, how's it going? It's good to see you in the chat. Thank you for supporting the stream again. Yeah. If the players don't know it, the opening stop might get them. And what you do is you step consistent 8th notes on it for it to resolve properly. But if you don't know the song, it's going to get you. So
Yes, How We Win is a community favorite, and I think appreciably challenging to time for a 21. So as Jelly Slash just alluded to, you've got to have a stop right at the beginning. Neither player knows it.
But that's okay. The rest of the song was pretty chill. A lot of, I don't know what to call it. They come in groups of 5 to 16.
It's all right.
Starts to build up a little bit.
There's at least 2 more stops. I think 2 stops exactly, and then a number of other things that if you are not familiar with in this chart can still trip you up. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah,
it is going to...
On the stamina side, it's not too bad. It's more a little, got some tricky stuff.
It's technical. I would say it's a technical 21.
Now here's the hard part of the solo here. Just watch the fat footing.
Yeah, both players are picking up a lot of misses on that center panel. All right, do it again. Learn and adapt. I think Gia's picked up on it pretty well, but Dandy's still got just a little bit of tighter timing, but the gap is closed significantly here.
And the next stop coming up, we can do them either as 3 jumps or as rolls on the 16th. But on a sight read, though, that's like...
That's
well,
hard.
What are all these numbers? And just to complete the tech notations, we got some jacks coming up here.
All right.
Very nice. Taking it 2-0. Dandy advances, loses round 3. Unfortunately for Gia, they are now out of the tournament. But Sophomores making it this far. And I know we got matches queued up, to my knowledge. Shout out to Audio Coaster running up there to quit out to help us optimize the menuing a little bit. Like we're at a speedrun convention. How many seconds we save on that split? I see Twans, and I'm not familiar with the other players. Safari, oh yes, Safari and Twans. This is a winner's round match then.
I believe so. Yes.
Winners quarterfinals. So
Winners quarters.
Just to winners round 3. I took out quarters. You got the mouse.
All right, and we are now waiting for the card draw. So yes.
Yes. Well, the players are warming up.
Yeah, and let me just check if this is the first song or not. I don't want to. Hang on a second.
Okay. So while Pilot's getting the song draw sent over, so the way this tournament worked is we had a common set of qualifiers. So we had several songs that player could choose whichever 2 that appropriately fit their skill level the best. They could play those 2 versus play all the qualifiers. And then they got seeded with players in similar pools. So instead of like a typical double elimination bracket where they have 1 versus 16 or top seed versus bottom seed, we try to put the more adjacent seeds grouped together into their own double elimination tournaments, just to try to like get rid of that like early David and Goliath situation, which it still happens at every stage of the tournament, no matter what.
But yeah, basically the lower seeded players will all play each other first in a double elimination bracket. We have 2 of them float up to the mid-level pool, and then we'll have a total of 6 players, 4 on the winner's side and 2 on the loser's side, who will then advance to uppers, which is a final top 16 double elimination bracket. That being said, we are off to quite the game 1 here. The halfway mark, both players are gold on Elysium Wild 21.
This one's the defining feature of this challenge. You have some foot switches in the offbeats. So every time you see the little gaps between those notes, that's usually a foot switch.
Yeah, a lot of unmarked foot switches. So it kind of makes for an interesting chart where you have some variability in how it executed. I know some players prefer to double step some of those, especially as those foot switches have the gap between them. But it flows pretty well.
Wow, solid 99s of both players. Also, I see Dandy in the chat here. Good job in your run today. It's always fun seeing people who come from other games sight read the game.
Oh, I just also noticed something very interesting about our card draw for this round. Which is
double protect, double pocket
that's a
picks.
double pocket pick.
Ooh, so Twans took it on Safari's pocket pick. So Twans is in a favorable position here, going to song 2 being his own preference. It's very interesting that both players have opted to use their pocket pick in a winner's round. Usually a lot of people like to save it as their last lifeline, but maybe it's like, I want to secure a further position on winner's side, or maybe the draw didn't look too good for them, so they're like, you know, I'd rather just use a pocket pick instead.
Oh yeah, and let me tell you, in terms of spicy pocket picks, this is probably up there with what I've seen so far today. And
oh yeah,
quite frankly, for events in general, big blue bouncy ball, or BBBB.
We have a slow down coming up here.
We got syncopation, we got runs, we got slowdowns. We got...
And wait till y'all see the defining feature of this chart.
Hey, how do you execute this pattern that's coming up just now?
Switch.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we have what are called in Pump It Up warps. And I think they call them rockets in ITG. I can't remember the exact term, but you can't even see what notes coming up next.
I've heard rocket as a term for DDR, but yes. When you have a little foot switch there on that roll, it will rocket to double BPM and then stop as soon as the next note in the pattern comes. And so chart knowledge really helps you out here, as pretty much the way that these foot switches work is you will foot switch to the other arrow, and then you have to immediately do a triplet that sweeps the other direction. And all those notes are like contiguous, and a little bracket fun too. Like you'll see here, let's see what the next one coming up is, for which direction it goes. So left, up onto right, and then it goes right, up, down. So it follows like the ordering from 4 panel. It doesn't incorporate center at any point, but see, right, up, down. And I believe that case holds true for every single one in this song. So if you keep that in mind, you don't necessarily have to strictly memorize the pattern. You just have to know what pattern that pattern follows, and you nail it, like Schwann's, who just 99-4s this on command. That's a very good score to get.
That's a good one to get in a tournament in one attempt. Nice PFC there with only teens in the count.
Yeah, very commanding 2-0 there on this pocket pick. So that's how you know a pocket pick is very much worth it, in that it gives you comfortable victory.
So for Swans, he needs to win one more to advance to mid-division, so he'll be playing in winner's semifinal.
He will play the winner of Pat Shinobi, which I believe is going to come up a little later. I think we've queued some other matches up first.
So it's going to be either Hamon, RT1, or Malia and Cydia. So we'll see who shows up to the podium. I see half of the players here. Oh, Malia and Cydia right behind us.
Both Hamon and Malia tend to multi-tourney at these events. So they are most likely...
But Malia and Cydia are sitting together right now, so they might be up next.
Well, who knows? I do believe I see a completed card draw for Pat Shinobi on the card draw station, so any of these could be sent our way.
So we are queued up right now. go ahead and clear this scoreboard in the meantime.
I believe it is Hamon RC looking at the card draw that just got sent to our stream.
Hello, RC. All right, now we just gotta find out who's on what side.
Nope. All you have to do is set it up and then switch
Switch.
if need be.
This is Winners Round 2, I believe, right?
Hey, what game console came after the Wii?
I don't know what.
The Switch.
Is it? Oh, do you mean Nintendo games? Why don't you be like the 3DS XL or something?
I mean, technically, I think the answer there is Wii U, but you all get the joke.
So, you ready to become a StepManiac?
Here comes the first time chatter from an account I've never seen before going, actually.
Easy. Wild mode. Pick a song.
No. I got switched up. This is actually Malia Citia.
Probably because availability. On top of competing, Hamon's also helping run the DDR tournament as well. And they ran the women's non-binary division yesterday and also helped out with doubles, so they were just busy.
Never mind.
Difficulty confirmation. Options.
All right.
Player 2 ready.
Game 1, recovery, Wild 19. Oh wait, this a warm-up? Must be a warm-up. That's right, that's not reactor. The stream layout has been updated. Thank you for catching that. Actually, did you get on player 2 side? All good. Sometimes with a hype match and executing stream setup, you miss things in the shuffle. Happens to everyone. Just a casual hex on a warm-up. You all know how it goes. All right, now for game 1. Reactor. Quite a 19. It's I think fairly straightforward in most parts, with a couple of tricky patterns and a few minor gimmicks to be wary of. Malia goes a little late on that first up-center bracket. Otherwise, this is fairly slow BPM, mostly just twists and turns on 8. A couple of 16s thrown in for good measure. the BPM on the song is slow enough that you don't necessarily have to strictly follow the flow of the pattern. So you get a little bit of flexibility in exactly how you execute this kind of chart. Very late bracket towards the beginning of the song has definitely been quite the detriment to Malia's score. She's just still a little bit behind Cydia, who's appreciably ahead, but not by a whole lot. It is less than 200 or so points, about 250 points. All right, another bracket. Be very careful about the centers in those last 16th bursts in the song. You pick up an earlier like Cydia did there, but they will take song number 1 just a little over 200 points in the lead. Yeah, both players picking up that early in that one run towards the end. Malia's late there kind of make up for the difference in perfect count between her and between Cydia. Cydia, they had more yellow perfects, but a early or a late kid appreciably be about 7 perfects score-wise, depending on where in the window you hit it. So, gotta be careful. All right, for game 2, going on night moves, I have a challenge for the viewers at home. Can you guess what arrow this chart starts on? Or do you know what arrow it starts on? Well, if you did not guess up, you started with a late like Malia did. It's a very difficult opening. Catch a lot of players off guard, especially if you're more inclined to hit the up arrow with your right foot, because then you have to double step very awkwardly to get out of it. That gives Cydia an immediate lead going into the song. Unsurprisingly, seeing it as their protect, probably very knowledgeable on that particular aspect of the chart, giving you an immediate advantage right out of the gate. At least keeping up with the full combo, though, not very far behind point-wise. Still anyone's game. An unfortunate miss there, and a dropped hold for a bit. Switches the lead back to Malia. Still plenty of tricky patterns left in the song. It is chock full of some challenging mind dodges, especially in the back half. We'll see if Cydia knows this chart like the back of their hand. Evens it up with Malia hitting 2 mines, but then gets a late coming out of those dodges. Wow. Very, very close. That protect almost worked out. I see the vision, but it did not come to pass. And so you know what that means. It's Fiesta night. Definitely a chart that's on the harder end of the 21s, I'd say. It's appreciably fast, and it's got bursts and some patterns for days. And just like the lyrics say, it goes round and round. It's got spins. We'll see how the players handle that particular pattern thrown at them in this game 3 coming up. let's get started. Game 3. All right, it is very close with both players having picked up some off judgments. It just looks like Leah's keeping it a little tighter overall, but this is still like 1 arrow away from being enough margin of error to change it around. All right, both players are prepared for the spins. All right. Malia keeps it tighter overall on accuracy and takes game 3. This puts Malia into semifinals for the pools and 1 game away from advancing into the upper bracket winner's side if she wins that set. Cydia still has 1 more chance to make it out of pools on a successful loser's run.
Press play to continue and keep going.
Just need to push through 2 more sets to make it out from that position where we currently are.
Back for more, huh? Okay, let's continue. Make a selection. Give it your best.
All right. We are getting into our next match, Lenny Safari. This is actually going to be on our loser side of bracket. Also, to answer a question posed earlier in chat, Carlito is the alias of Johnny Jacobson, a Swedish musician, a little bit of a controversial figure given that the nature of the parodies he performs. But he's largely present in this game under his Carlito alias, and then also his Dr. Bombay alias for Stockholm to Bombay. All right, Utopia as a warm-up. That's quite the pick. This is a Kyle Ward song. So as they're finishing this warm-up, let's talk about the card draw. Lenny's Protect is 2-year beat, card 18. Very straightforward chart. Mostly just kind of patterns with these crossovers built into them. So long as you follow it perfectly, everything resolves quite nicely. One of the more enjoyable hard 18s, in my opinion. Safari's Protect is made in China, Wild 20. Very interesting little low BPM, highly syncopated, swingy kind of chart. And Queen of Light Wild 21 for the tiebreaker. All right. We get immediately into it. All right, coming into the midsection, both players are holding on very strongly to their gold combos. I believe Lenny's only a perfect or two behind from the perfect score. Good pace so far from Safari. Second half of the song is pretty similar to the first, with patterning potentially mirrored in places. We'll have to keep an eye out, though, for the 16th verse that will come out into the very end of the song as the outro comes. Safari has a great run, picking up only a single perfect. Very impressive. Lenny not far behind at 5, a X-Star. Both of these are incredible runs in their own right. All right, it's Vita's time. Gotta get your going. This is one of the slowest charts in the game at approximately 88 BPM. As a fair bit of these triplet gallops string throughout. Safari is very confident so far in his execution on this chart. Lenny has picked up some mines and more off judgments, including that first early that just showed up there. Still plenty of time to recover, though, as the margin is less than definitely 400 or so points at this point. On the chorus of the song where the 16ths come into play, you want to be very mindful of your execution, as they will get twisty, and especially ending on center, you do not want to be over that when it approaches. But Safari's familiarity for that chart shines through on a very solid 14 in the miss run. Far more precise than Lenny's 43 perfect, but an appreciable score nonetheless. So with that, Safari will now advance to losers round 4 and advance into uppers on another set 1.
Okay, let's start.
All right.
Select difficulty.
Hamon RC1 back up on the pads. And we are so back with another iteration of Big Boss. Is it 5, 6, 5? I wasn't sure if I had missed the boss or not in my commentary break earlier. We are not making it to the top with that early quit out. All bosses are big, and some are bigger than others, but that boss was smaller than average. You hate to see it. All right. This is Hamon's Pocket Pick Electro Asia Wild 21. This is quite the chart to have. It's got a lot of crossovers, especially this blistering 200 BPM scroll speed. Be careful not to get twisted around or having to awkwardly double step something in this chart, because this is a vicious chart to make mistakes on. RC has already picked up, I think, 2 misses at a minimum. Hamon's still holding on to the gold combo after the first quarter of the song. Off to a strong start. Definitely familiar with this chart.
Just gonna chime in. Hi, this is Audio Toaster again. Both of these players are Michigan locals, so seeing Hamon use her pocket pick against Ryan, RC1, is not too surprising. Both players know each other and their skills pretty well, so absolutely not a total shock to see a pocket pick used at this stage.
I see.
Especially considering the pocket picks reset each round. So should Hamon advance to the uppers round, she will get another pocket pick for that round.
Indeed. And it's paid off very well with the gold combo. Very likely to be secured on this chart, which is extremely impressive. A 99 in tournament on this gold combo. Very, very impressive given how turny it is. And then, as we saw in the back half of that chart, lots of 16th bursts, which at 200 BPM are no joke. All right, game 1 in the books.
Too far, too far.
Alphabetical order rears its head once again. All right, Mexi Wild 20 for game 2. That combination of upright and center makes Hamon pick up 1 early. RC's holding on to the gold combo so far.
Like a lot of serious SMX players, Hamon has a home setup for this game, so there is definitely a little bit of a struggle on adapting to the slightly different screen size than a home setup. The DX caps have an absolutely massive screen in comparison to just about any other dance game cap.
It's got the biggest screen and one of the closest proximities to the player. It is definitely an adjustment period, especially if you're used to either a monitor pad setup for home or a compact or Dedicap, which is what you'll typically see in most venues. This game is very close though. Could still swing one way or the other in the last 5%. Let's see. All right.
RC takes it, 300 points.
Closes that out convincingly. And that means we are going to Ra for game 3.
Very, very tight match.
There is quite a bit to go through on this chart before we reach its conclusion. So it could really be anyone's game up until the very end. We'll see how the players handle the various 16th syncopations and different runs strewn throughout the first 3 quarters or so of this chart. All right, finishing up with these 16 drills here, we're going to start going into some longer runs to close out the back end of the chart. All right, both players are locked in. The end of the chart has you cross over one way and then the other, and then that last burst. Lots of variance and potential score there, but RC is going to take that with a clean and gold combo, 99.1. I think getting that completely clean, even in a non-tournament setting, is still a very impressive feat.
Very, very, very impressive matchup. Always fun seeing players that know each other and know what they're up against. Go against it, or go against each other.
Indeed. All right. Going back into our winners round 3, or quarters if you'd prefer that term, we have Pat Shinobi up next.
Pat, I think you need to switch players.
Need to swap?
Yep.
You are right.
Select difficulty.
Yeah, I know RC1 was definitely practicing here on the DX cab a lot more. So there's absolutely something to be said about cab familiarity when it comes to these tournaments.
The faster you can adapt, the better off you are.
Half song warm-up. Half song. We will not get to see the lightning jump scare.
There will be no lightning jump scare. Well, unless, I would say if any of these players are continuing in APC past the halfway point of the song, let them finish it out for the culture, and then there's a chance we get the lightning jump scare. Ah, well. With that early, lightning is sent to the Shadow Realm once again. And we will not be likely seeing him for the time being.
Yeah, again, this is the warm-up song. So there we go.
And instead, we are now going to be treated to Pat's pocket pick, which is Lay It Down.
Shinobi just double-checking options. Let's get it started. Oh man, that mind pattern right at the start. That's aggressive.
You have to very quickly understand which foot is safe for you to swing back to hit the down or the up that is there, and which one is safe for you to leave in place. That sort of step jump pattern, which is enforced a certain way by Minds, I believe that is going to make its reappearance just a little later in the chart.
As expected for pocket pick, there's a definite lead in Pat's favor at the moment, but with SMX, timing being critical is just gonna make or break a win.
Yeah, it looks like Shinobi's picked up a couple of earlies, I think mostly on the left hour or so, which is making me think if it's not the pad itself, which so far we've had many great games on there, so I'm not sure if that's the pad or just, you know, form or particular or not lifting up that one foot. We'll see how the ending goes here. One last drill.
Still full combos in.
Yeah, so no surprise there. That is going to get arbitrated a little. We will have our expert technicians and contributors on the cause to analyze.
Can you put it on the all scene?
Yep. We'll be right back. So, back from our little pad arbitration intermission, we're going into Siren's Wild 19 as Shinobi's Protect on this set. This is a very laid-back 19. It's got some turns and spins and a little bit of lift tech tastefully thrown in to keep an eye on. Shinobi looked very confident on that chart, coming in just under a hex star. Very nice, clean 99.6.
Once again in SMX, the timing, all the difference, 10 versus 16.
Yeah, and you can see Pat's yellow perfects a little bit towards the midsection were pretty far out of line. I think that made up for an appreciable point loss there.
Absolutely.
All right, it's time to get up and move. Very, very heavily syncopated level 20 chart. Big thing you will see on this chart is a mixture of 16th syncopation and then moving into a triplet pattern, especially when the song goes, wait for it, get up and move.
That is so cool. I love fun charting like that where it does something very song specific. Like there. For everyone that probably knows the wonderful little meme song of Cherno's Perfect Math Class, in cross speeds on the highest level chart, they actually have you trace out a 9 in the flick pattern as opposed to...
Yep. And one thing coming up quickly, this stop, very awkward. Shinobi nails it in comparison to Pat, so this is really close. Let's see how the last 15% or so goes. Oh, wow. I would not have... Wow, okay.
98-247 to 98-202.
Okay, so I was certain it was over for a second when Shinobi hit another early on that left arrow in the final triplet pattern, but kept the rest of that run, I think, tighter with the yellow perfects than Pat, who noticeably drifted, I think, in the late direction on that.
Yep.
And so...
And at the very end, he got 2 really late judgments.
Yeah.
This game is, if you fall off time, it is downright mean.
So Shinobi having a stronger performance through the rest of that song, kept it tight even despite that last minute mistake. Took it. Wow. What a set.
All right. Jumping back down to the losers bracket, we have Cydia versus Heavy.
Music selection.
As I mentioned in Cydia's previous set, 2 more set wins, they move on to uppers. All right, so let's look at the card draw here while they're
Cydia has pocket picked Life Ride,
Life Ride.
and it does look like we are going to not even do a half-song warm-up. We are jumping right into it.
Okay. Select options.
Yeah, so Life Ride is an interesting pocket pick here. Life Ride is very much a continuous stream of slow BPM 16ths for the most part. It does get bursty and have a little bit of downtime and some other things thrown in, but a good portion of the chart is just going to be following the given pattern. It's 87 BPM, that's on the very slow side of the game. So it's kind of like a respectable 8th stream at 160-ish or so. With a healthy amount of step jumps and some of those twists along the center, as you can see. All right, Sid seems very knowledgeable. They have a white combo so far on the intro, only dropping it on a 30-second burst, which is respectable.
30 seconds, oh man.
And already built up what looks to be like a 2,000-point lead and growing over Kevy. Still a lot of chart to go, but this is looking like a very commanding pocket pick out the gate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Kevy's getting twisted up, especially on some of those quick twists, a 30-second burst, like pseudo crossover over center. Yeah, this has got some patterns in it for sure.
Again, for a pocket pick, not surprising, you know, to be a little aggressive with what's in the chart. Cydia only getting a couple off times on that one.
That was completely clean.
Very clean.
20 perfect.
20 gold on that. Very, very convincing run.
Yeah, that is a very strong knowledge check successfully executed.
What? Was that a 21?
That was a 22.
So yeah, that pushes that. I think that pushes the bounce. Like that's
That is the upper end of what is eligible for card draw in the middle tournament. Yes.
That's what I thought. So yeah, no shocker that Kevy would struggle. That's definitely on the upper end of what I know Kevy is comfortable with.
This party's just getting started.
Again, Kevy cleared it, you know, but definitely not as convincing.
All right, so now we're going into his protecting the card draw. Summer Night in Seattle. So I do wonder if Kevy is familiar with this chart or not, as it is very aggressive with some crossovers towards the end on gallops. Seeing the performance on Life Ride makes me a little uncertain if that will go in his favor or not, but I suppose we'll have to see at the end of the chart, since even with an off note picked up, still holding a lead so far on accuracy alone.
200 combo.
I don't think he's quite confident in those mine dodges. Picks up a mine, handing the lead back to Cydia at that midsection.
Yeah, the real challenge.
You see we have this gallop section here, and then coming in towards the end, you're now going to either have to do a little switch or cross it over to execute properly. All right, no surprise, Cydia, they picked up late or early on that center pattern there.
Yep.
But kept it just a little bit cleaner, seemed far more comfortable on the chart than Kevy was.
And I gotta wonder, you know, what did Kevy protect that because of what was available on pace and
In all
bands?
fairness, it is tied for the lowest level in this draw and is the slowest BPM. Feel the Melody is appreciably fast at 175 with a very heavy focus on 16th burst throughout it, especially in the back half. So definitely if you're uncomfortable or unfamiliar with the game at this level, then
all right, quick update from our tournament organizers. Just due to timing, we're staying in losers, but it will be Dandy versus Hammond.
Let's get started. Select your difficulty.
okay.
All right, let's look at our card set. Fall Silently, Party All Night, and What Love Feels Like.
Yeah, Fall Silently is the thing that stands out here. It is a 22 and very challenging, I would say. You could perhaps say that about any 22 in the game, realistically. But Fall Silently is very aggressive in its patterning in places. I think no surprise, Hamon having experience with this game and a lot of practice in it would go for undoubtedly the hardest card in the draw. That is advantageous in its own right.
All right.
All right, game one approaches. And here we go with Fall Silently, Wild at 22 for game one. All right. An opening tie is pretty crazy to see so far. I'm picking up a slight lead. The mine hit makes it way more even than it ought to be. This is where the chart now really begins to kick up in intensity. Got some gallops, the mine dodges. You saw a minor 16th run.
Hammond also, I know, is currently playing Stamina RPG, so.
Well, that's going to come in handy here with this extended 16th runs with a 30-second burst thrown in for good measure.
Ooh. That's a tough hit. But that's gonna, yeah, the lead's gonna bounce a little bit right now.
She is very comfortable on this chart, still following the pattern on it very well and building up an appreciable lead coming out to the very end here, about 1,000 points ahead. Just need to not get tripped up by that center or the mines on the jumps. Yeah. The wonderful thing about the mine mechanics in StepManiaX is as long as you're not just holding down the mine as it passes, it will count as a dodge. And so it is a valid strategy to actually tap on a mine directly with precision, because if you hit it like it's a regular note, you are precise enough, you won't actually trigger the mine.
Really?
So really when you see like a jump with mines surrounding it, it's there to force you to jump appreciably. You know, actually lift your feet and come back down, rather than like trying to lazily bracket it or such. So in that case, I would suspect that what happened there is she got gone for that one jump, and then either didn't really jump up high enough, or kind of, you know, mistakenly left resting pressure on one of those side panels, resulting in it triggering.
God. Another certified banger of a song. This one's just so much fun.
Go, 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 go. Really embodies that spirit of fun that the game is all about. All right. Kyle Ward's got a brand new track for game 2. Let's hear it.
Tight enough, the lead is bouncing back and forth a bit.
All right, slight lead building as Bandy has picked up one early along the way. Another one. Got to be mindful of the syncopation in this part. Got to hold out on hitting that 16th note until it actually comes up in the lyrics. You don't want to rush it. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself about 1,500 points behind coming into the back half of the song. It's not what you want.
Not in a game as timing dependent as this. Not at all.
All right, it wins the set. The convincing 2-0 and a nice 99. So while we're waiting for our next match to come up, I'm going to go ahead and put it over to our bracket. So we are just about done with all of round 3 on the loser side. We have Pat and Sheepy Chris on deck, and we will see that outcome momentarily. And then we will see who is going to advance from the semifinals of this tournament and losers round 4. So it looks like both Twans, Shinobi, and RC1 Malia are all going into uppers. So they're all heading to the top 16. Now, whether it's going to be on the winner side or the loser side, that's what these sets will determine. There is still room for 2 people to make it out from round 4 down here.
Yep.
So we're going to see the winner of Pat and Sheepy, then goes and plays against Safari. Winner of this set proceeds to uppers.
Yep.
And then we just saw Hamon win her set.
Yep.
Now goes up against Cydia. Whichever one of those 2 wins that set, they will advance into uppers. So these are going to be some intense matches to see where we end up for top 16.
And it does look like we are going to actually jump up to our top bracket
let's see what
and
you can
have
do.
Twans versus
Select the
Shinobi.
difficulty mode.
All right.
And once again, winner of this goes to
Goes to top 16, uppers.
Yes. Uppers, top 16 on the winner's side of the bracket.
Now don't mind me, but since I got to play soon, once this bracket's over, I'm going to be standing a little to warm up.
No shame in that. No shame in that.
Got to get that blood flowing. All right, scared me for a second with the fabled cryo sleep warm-up, which I had pulled out in my match against Amon when I played at Love Arcade because there was a song with 30-second burst, so I wanted to test my foot speed, so naturally I picked cryo sleep.
Oh boy.
What a wonderful chart to play completely cold. And instead, we are going to get for game one Shinobi's Pocket Pick Crab Rave, a community favorite.
Meme songs are, as much as it's a meme song, it's still really fun.
I find it enjoyable. And you know, it's an appreciably challenging 20 to time on, I think, in a tournament setting. You got a lot of broken up rhythms, those 16s there where you go onto the offbeat and you have to stay there for a bit. You've got downtime where you don't want to fall asleep. You don't want to end up going a little late or rushing it because it's so quiet and peaceful.
I love watching people play the full of this chart with all the crab walks.
From side to side. Yeah, both players are keeping it very clean overall. Twans has a very slight lead coming into the last quarter of the chart.
Oh,
and it's a tie!
It is a tie!
Well, that's one way to make your pocket pick work for you.
And,
all right,
ladies and gentlemen, SMX scoring at work here.
All right, and so now that it has finally occurred in this tournament, this means we get to talk about it. So, as I mentioned earlier, StepManiaX Perfect Window is actually split into approximately 7 sub-judgments worth different amounts of points based on how close to the white perfect window you are. Ergo, it is possible to have an equivalent point loss with a lower EX score that is equal to a slightly tighter performance with a higher perfect count. So in that case, although Twans had a lesser perfect count than Shinobi, and you would intuitively think the score would be higher there, what instead happened was one of his perfects was far out of bounds enough that Shinobi's tighter overall performance resulted in equivalent response.
That is an achievement. That is an achievement at our little event here.
And now,
They did 997 and 170. And Twins had
So, I guess if they go 1-1, I think they draw one more song.
correct. There is a specific clause in the rules for that, but we'll see exactly how that functions if it occurs. Ooh. That left, right, center, that's a very nasty little double step that they threw in there. It's where Shinobi picks up her first late on this chart.
Yeah. Shinobi definitely getting a little tripped up on those. But I think she's found her rhythm. The question is it enough to close the gap?
So we'll see. There's still quite a bit of nonsense left in this chart, like those little 30-second bursts mapped to the vocals in the background. It does look like Twans is keeping it just a little bit tighter so far, but both players are keeping it really good with overall white perfect count so far. Even nailing that little Dynamite Raid-esque 16th step jump that they throw in for good measure. Wow, nailing that verse. They kept it pretty clean, but you can't stop Schwann's when he's rolling with that 4 perfect Hex Star.
That is
That's a score.
non-APC Hex Star is 10 yellow perfects or less?
99725 or higher on score.
Oh, so it's an actual score thing, not a step count thing.
Yes.
Okay.
The final grade, I believe it is called, the star count you receive is based on your score. All right, and game 3, if you will.
Never-ending story.
I would definitely say this chart's most remarkable feature, which we are going to see coming up shortly, are these very long towers of 16th notes.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. You look at the BPMs of this, this whole set, it's been on the low side, but you know, when you go from 125 to 100, all the way jumping right back up to 140, there is definitely a skill in adapting to making sure you're still on time.
Indeed. And even with an apparent miss picked up somewhere along the way, not quite sure where that happened for Schwann's. Still just a little bit in the lead in this last third of the chart coming up, although that margin's looking pretty slim right now.
Schwann's is really good at hitting the window, so.
There's still one last deciding factor in this chart, this little sextuplet almost burst at the end. She'll be coming up right about now.
Schwann's, despite the tie, Schwann's wins out with no extra tiebreaker needed.
Yeah, 2 and a miss for that, just barely over the Hex Star threshold. Very impressive.
2 Hex Stars right in a row. That's pretty damn convincing.
Although I will say the
but again,
the tie is quite hype.
Absolutely. And again, both players do advance to Upper's pool.
Yes, Shinobi will have a chance on loser side, and Schwann's is sitting quite comfortably as an upper seed there.
Yep. Shinobi is not out yet.
All right, time for our final losers round 3 match. Sheepy Chris versus Pat. So I think Sheepy Chris has been performing very well today, getting some, oh boy, very good scores along the way. And Pat is a very capable player who advanced multiple pools in B-Hop Ball to make it into top 8. But first, we're gonna see a pocket pick Charlene.
Ugh. So, I'm not an upper level player, but I know how much the upper level players complain about this chart. And Chris is a pump player, so he likes his jank.
This chart has basically been around since 2004, as this is very identical to its In the Groove 1 iteration, yet everyone's still complaining about it. I guess that's really a skill issue, but let's talk about it. With all of these extended 16th streams to keep in mind.
Wait. Oh no, they do use the center panel.
Yes.
I was gonna say.
It is not a floor panel.
When you mentioned it was an ITG chart, I'm like, did they just put the ITG chart in?
I mean, it might as well be the same once you start seeing the mines come in. So start counting them. I believe it's about 112 mines that you have to consciously dodge. So you either have to lift your foot up or go step a pattern that prevents you from resting on any of those mines and those triples. It's a notoriously difficult thing to get completely clean.
Which is really impressive because the pocket pick is, you got a mine.
Got one on Chris's side, giving Pat the slight lead here, but there's so much that can still happen because there's mines everywhere. This chart is a battlefield. And on top of that, it's a lot of 16ths at, 130-ish or so. So not not
that
slow.
was a huge jump.
All right, not done yet. Got to get out of the way. And Pat makes it through. All right, let's see if he made it through unscathed. Look at that. 119 green checks.
Oh, man.
A respectable performance on the pocket pick from Sheepy Chris, but he doesn't get it that tight. That was 61 yellow perfects. That's a lot of score variance introduced in there.
Yeah.
So Pat, even though he picked up like a miss or somewhere, it's a lot of points we're missing out on.
It's so brutal when that score comes into play. That timing, and what sucks is the ambiguity on the timing windows too.
Oh yeah.
You don't know which one. Like perfect early, great. How many points did I actually get off that?
It takes a lot of game knowledge to intuit that while you're playing. But coming from Charlene, notoriously one of the lower scoring 22s in the game, we now have the 7th element by Vitas, a very well-known song for a singer's particular skill. I've been talking so much I can't hit that high note super well. Let me try again.
I mean, still, coming off of one of the most brutal mine charts.
On the other hand, Sheepy Chris seems to be pretty comfortable in his element here, keeping the gold combo going. It looks like Pat had picked up one miss. Pretty close overall, though, I think. Sheepy Chris just got to tune up that timing a little bit because you pick up a couple of yellows, and suddenly you're behind in score fighting for first.
Yep, SMX does not take kindly to time drift.
Yeah, especially if you get like off sync on the 16th notes, then your all replacer. Yeah, don't want to be stuck with that. All right, Chris falls back into the lead ever so slightly. I don't think there's any more nasty surprises left in this chart. Those late perfects are making me so nervous, but he keeps it completely clean and is rewarded for that.
Less than 200 point differential on that one. Yeah.
Look at how much tighter Pat's overall perfect count was there, but that early late in the miss really hurt. So I believe that means we're going to a certain wild 20 for a tiebreaker. Bad for my health.
Nah, God, we wish.
No, that's good. That's good for the health. That's good for the health. You got to be bad for your health. All right, game 3. Game 3.
That's a lot of very quick jumps, it looked like.
Yeah, a lot of 16th in this song, too.
I love double jumps where it's like, you know,
Yeah.
left, right, up, down, left, right.
I do think with some of those jump patterns, you can get a little flexibility in execution if you choose to bracket some of it, but for the most part, you're going to just be jumping up and down a decent bit in this song.
Yep. Once again, the timing on a couple of those patterns swung it back in Pat's favor.
It's like a 400-point differential at the moment, so there's still room for error towards the end here. It looks like Pat has those longer streams on lockdown, so I don't think he's going to give this one up. Yeah, build that up to an appreciable, like, 700-point lead there to close out game
Very,
that set.
very good set, though.
All right, so Shivi Chris had a pretty good run so far through losers, but it's going to fall just one set short of a chance to escape from middles and get into uppers, but a good run nevertheless. Very well played. All right. So I wonder who we're going to see up next. Oof. Just felt a very satisfying crack getting up and stretching just now. That's what I like to see before I play.
I had to mute my mic for a second, but I was joking with Chris because he just came off the pad. You might as well subtitle SMX sometimes, Accuracy Edition.
It's a turna with your score on a note is how much of a deviance from 0 milliseconds you have.
Select the difficulty mode.
But nevertheless, let's get into, all right, losers round 4, it looks like. Come on, Cydia.
Oh, nope. You're good. Sorry, I thought they were switch sides.
No worries. I put them in one way and then switched the round. You know where we're going. Give it up for Big Boss number 6.
If you are present at round 1, you can also go to the bar and get a Big Boss as a custom little beverage.
I contemplated getting a Big Boss before I played, but I think that might be just a little detrimental to my performance. It's all right. Oops. Remember, all bosses are big, but some bosses are bigger than others. All right, enough of bossing around. Let's look at this card draw. We're starting off with Hamon's Protect on Midnight Train, a Wild 22.
Another Wild 22 Protect from her.
So, let's see. Midnight Train, if I remember correctly, has got a decent bit of mind dodges thrown throughout it. And you're going to see a lot of patterns where it's going to be a gallop into a jump. And you're going to want to follow that pattern perfectly, as there's going to be mines scattered throughout to enforce that you actually jump and that you're not bracketing or being lazy with following the pattern. I believe that's largely constrained to the chorus, but plenty of other things to consider there. All those mine dodges. Be careful about center. Yep, very gallop heavy, and a little bit of enforcement there to make sure that you're actually following the prescribed pattern. All right, decent bit of margin of error being brought in by both players here, but it looks like coming at the halfway point, Sid is just a little bit ahead, with actually a respectable lead of about 400, 500 points, as far as I can tell. It's still subject to change. Any chart that has mines littered throughout it, all it takes is one moment of bad form for it to switch one way or the other. All right, but towards the end, Sid has built up a respectable 2,000-point lead to take game one.
Very, very impressive. And also just kind of, again, kind of highlights how critical timing is in SMX. Those are not shabby note counts from either player. Neither of them cracked 997 on that.
But Sid kept it well within the yellow window, which made a big difference there with how many off judgments Hamon had picked up. So it's very favorable going into their Protect Disconnected Disco.
This is such a funny song, just in its existence. But to see it show up in a card draw is kind of cool.
Oh yeah, and it's certainly one of the more challenging 20s in the game, I'd say.
Disconnected.
You have reached. I see that's a little rough there because you kind of have to take where you end with one foot and start on the other. It's like almost like a little double step or shuffle you have to do to adjust for that pattern going into the segment of the song. Sid got it wrong there and is now behind by a little bit. There's still a lot of room to improve though, especially in the middle section with the BPM stops coming up. You want to make sure that you lift the right foot there because one of those has a mine on it, so you don't want to be resting when the song resumes. Hamon has built up a respectable lead coming into the last quarter of the chart, although there's still an opportunity to start any of these broken up patterns on the wrong foot here at the end. There's especially one that I get really screwed up on at the end right here. That mine dodge is very difficult. Woo! All right, makes it out with a tighter overall run on the yellow perfect count and less overall errors, taking game two.
Now into love.
Very straightforward 20. Going to be slower and less dense than everything else we've seen in this card draw. So this is really going to come down to a timing battle, I think.
And again, what I know, both players have home SMX setups, so
yeah, very practiced.
Will they adapt enough to take the timing battle?
Let's find out. All right, nailing that one offbeat eighth. You know, for a little bit there, all that percussion, all the other sound drops out. It can be hard to time.
Hammond picks up an, I think it was an actual early as opposed to late.
Yeah, one off judgment, making it a little more even. We're gonna get another break coming up soon. We'll see what the point differential. It's like 200 points now in Cydia's favor.
Neck and neck. I literally saw it flicker over to Hammond and then back.
All right, just some extended 16th runs. This is going to be the deciding factor. Sid's rushing just a little bit, overcompensates, swings late, and I think unfortunately loses just enough points to drop the set by 6 points.
Man. That was a really tight match. That was insanely close.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think you can get any closer without it tying.
You'd be hard pressed to get a tie much tighter with that many, with that much variance in judgment. So, unfortunately for Cydia, they are going home at this point. There's Hamon, who is going up into uppers. So congratulations to our third individual advancing to uppers.
Good run. Good run.
A commendable effort.
At least now I don't have to worry about being around here anymore.
Okay, bye.
Select difficulty.
All right. Now that we've got a little bit of that hype out of our systems, let's move on to the next set. Again? Not again. A flicker of Big Boss. All right. I need to make some preparations for myself playing in uppers, so I'm going to leave the commentary desk momentarily. I'll be back on the microphone to provide if no one else is on in the interim. But in the meantime, enjoy this warm-up and then enjoy the set we are going into. It's a low-level set with recovery as Malia's pocket picked. Not a surprise, I've seen her pull that one out before. Baseline Shatter, hard 18, the Protect from RCO1, probably more of a softball timing pick. And down Dariram, Wild 20, very tame chart as the tiebreaker. I leave you with this knowledge. Hope the set goes well.
with the thought of you and me. The fantasy fell apart, and now I'm ditched and in the dark. Could we please restart when you felt close to me? Oh, baby, I see you and me walking through recovery. Could you let that be today? Walking through recovery. Baby, I see you and me walking through recovery. Could you let that be today? Walking through recovery. Baby, I see you and me. Baseline gonna make my shots. Baseline gonna make my shots off. 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 Baseline gonna make my shots off.
Wow. Malia took it at the end.
Maniacs. Select your difficulty.
This will be the last match of mid-division. Whoever's the winner of this gets to go on to uppers. Wow. First song goes to Pat. song is definitely a bop. This concludes mid-division. We will have Pat going on to uppers.
Alright, I'm gonna announce the results of the mid bracket. We had 4 people advance from the loser side and 2 on the winner side. So I'll start.
Woo, Shinobi. Shinobi will be advancing on. RC1. Pat will be moving on. And Malia. She may have stepped out. You know they're all tired. We'll take a... Malia was like, I need to get out of here. I didn't take the photo yet. Y'all are so cute, and the blue background is not doing anything. Hold up. Yo, this blue background ain't working for me.
Freaking marquee light causing problems.
No, yeah, all the photos look so bad. All right, guys, we're gonna get situated for uppers bracket.